We're going to start in a few seconds, but you go. There's a young lady in Belfast called Conla, and if we make a mess of this today, she will be storming New York. So we're going to try it's going to be a fairly complex operation here. We're live streaming thanks to Cal. Conla is live streaming from Belfast thanks to Niavac. And you're here as real people, I'm told. So when I have to go, so take your time, and we'll get going. When I get the signal, I'm ready to rock. Okay. Tá fear cín fáilte over ice gnu Iraq, Hagan Cogail Fleant Toolshaw. Welcome back to an in-person live event in New York, the 12th annual New York New Belfast Conference. I'm Marcin O'Millior, publisher of the Irish Echo, and it's wonderful to have some of our greatest supporters here with us today. They say in Irish, "De rare a céile a hoogter na caislein," which sort of translates as by and by the castles are built, or as we are familiar with the saying, Rome wasn't built in a day. And our theme is rebuilding. So it's going to take a little while, but we're making our commitment to the rebuilding of the bridge between Belfast and New York by making sure this year, despite COVID, despite the travel ban, that we are here in New York. We're with some of our greatest ambassadors for Belfast in the city, and we're linking back, thanks to the wonders of the internet, linking back to Belfast. So slowly, steadily, all of you who are joining us online, whether you're in America or you're back home in Belfast, thank you for being with us. And again, today we will have an audience with us in the room here, the Manhattan Manor in Rosie O'Grady's on 7th Avenue, and later today for lunch as well. There has been an additional commitment to make sure that the conference happened in this way. We had to make sure that we were able to bring our Belfast speakers into the head offices of our premier headline sponsor, KPMG, where they could join us. And we're not ready yet to have an in-person audience in Belfast, but that's okay too. We're all going to build towards 2022, when we will have an event in New York with a delegation of 25 to 30 people, as we normally have. So last year, COVID knocked us down. We had to go online only. But today, we're happy to say we're back. We're delighted to be back in New York, and we're going to make sure that this bridge between New York and Belfast is stronger than ever. So to get us started today, I'd like you to welcome that great ambassador for Belfast, Suzanne Aquino, who's going to chair our first session of the day, which is a passport to tomorrow's digital world for youth left behind. So, Suzanne.
Thank you, Marcin. And welcome everyone to this morning's panel, A Passport to Tomorrow's Digital World for the Youth Left Behind. And I'm going to hand it over to Dennis Bree, who's the founder of You & Co, to kick it off with his presentation.
Thank you, Suzanne, and good morning, everybody, from a very early good morning from LA. Delighted to be here. Delighted to take the next few minutes to just talking about You & Co and a bit about what we're doing and progress we've made so far. So, slides. Great. Thank you. You & Co, well, I guess born out of the belief in the Oregon bracket. In the US, during the Obama administration, the Federal Education Department issued a report which showed that the funding gap between rich and poor schools grew over 50% in a decade. Under the last administration, the gap has only increased. This is supported by what we see in at home. The most significant differences are between the GCSE attainment of kids who avail of free school meals and those that don't, irrespective of religion, gender, or ethnicity. So what we see is this growing evidence that school segregation by income is really what's getting worse. But we're also at this unique point in time where technology is disrupting how we work, how we communicate, and how we learn. Commerce and communities are being decentralized from the physical to the digital, and we see the old ways of learning being checked by this new technology. And in this, we see an opportunity. We want to create a new path in education, starting with the marginalized youth. So they will be our focus, they will be our starting point. Building an online community built by those that it serves. UNCO is an ed tech nonprofit community that applies the best of startup thinking to education. At UNCO, we are building a platform for marginalized youths to be independently successful, regardless of where they are. This global community is starting and being founded in Belfast. We will take 20 kids, we will put them through a world-class digital curriculum over the course of the year, in which they will be responsible for building an online platform that will reach out to the type of communities that these kids are actually from. We're starting in Belfast, and then we're building communities around the world to support this platform. Our goal is to build a global online community who are paid to learn for their skills, enabling each other to step over the privilege gap. And with that, I thank you for your time and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Dennis. This morning, I'm joined by a wonderful panel. I have Devaney Baez here with me in New York, and Devaney is Assistant to Secondary and Pre-Secondary Education. Devaney and her team have worked with over 30 schools, including Cristo network of high Chief Executive of the Belfast Met, which is the largest college of further and higher education and one of the largest in the UK. And I also am joined in Belfast by Kula Yasami, Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People. It's going to be a very vibrant panel today. All of my panelists are very, very, very passionate that no child should be left behind in this digital era. I think I'm dating myself here, but when I started going to school, I was just very happy to have a couple of A4 pencils and a backed notebook. But today, you definitely need an iPad, iPhone, laptop. These are not luxuries. These are essential to today's world. So I'm started, and I'm going to ask Devaney, tell us how you prepare the Cristo Rey students for success in tomorrow's digital world.
Thank you so much, Suzanne, and great to be with you all. Dennis, it's great to hear about your nonprofit, and good morning to everyone here. So I, as Suzanne mentioned, work with a network of 30 Jesuit schools, including Cristo Rey schools. The Cristo Rey network is a network of schools that serves predominantly low-income students in inner cities. Cristo Rey, New York is located here in East Harlem, and In essence, the Cristo Rey students work 1 day a week, which helps offset 40% of their tuition. Students work in New York, most prestigious companies and organizations. And then students also go to school the other 4 days of the week. So this work-study program prepares students even before they begin their freshman year in high school. Students undergo a business boot camp, which prepares them with technology, so it helps them understand Microsoft and different software systems. It helps them also with social skills, teaches them how to work with adults, how to speak to adults, which is a good skill to have. So students are really prepared to work in a corporate setting before they begin their school year. So technology is so important for students. Cristo Rey specifically, 98% of Cristo Rey students last year were accepted into a four-year college and university, which is 2 times the rate, 2 times the national rate for similar students of similar socioeconomic background. So it's incredible work that Cristo Rey does. I am an alumna of Cristo Rey, New York, so I'm so happy to be here and speaking to you all about the network and the good work that they're doing for students from low-income backgrounds.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. That was wonderful. Well, I'm going to flip and go across the Atlantic, and I'm going to ask Louise Ward-Hunter, how has the Belfast Met provided the foundation for youth left behind to help them thrive and succeed in a digital world? Over to you, Louise.
Thank you very much indeed, and delighted to be joining you and colleagues here today, Suzanne. For us, we have a dual mandate at Belfast Met, as all FE colleges do in Northern Ireland. One is to contribute to the economy, and the other is to champion social inclusion. And for me, social inclusion means economic inclusion, and economic inclusion in this modern era means digital inclusion. So when we hit the pandemic last year, some of the practical things that Belfast Met did, along with our Belfast Met Trust, as teaching and learning went online, we moved to ensure that those students living and experiencing digital poverty were in receipt of things that would enable them to be able to connect and continue to learn online. So that meant that, for example, our Belfast Met Trust provided at least 100 students with the connectivity, the dongles to get online, those in the most extreme cases, and also gave them 40 or so got tablets. But we also repurposed and redistributed 500 computers so that those young people who needed it most could actually access that. And indeed, that has continued to roll out this year now with laptops, as opposed to the old style computer sitting underneath or on your desk. So there's a really important issue for me about inclusion being at the heart of what Belfast Met does, particularly for those young people who are sometimes the hardest to reach, but once they walk through our doors, they are as valued members of our learning community as any other of our learning citizens.
Thank you. Thanks, Louise. And let me go to Kula. And Kula, as Northern Ireland Commissioner, I read one of your priorities for your term is educational inequities. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how it helps?
Thank you, and just to echo what Louise said about how pleased I am to be here. And I think actually Dennis touched a lot on what we're talking about here, where we talked about structural inequalities, that our education system almost, not deliberately, but disadvantages particular groups of young people. So children with disabilities, for example, or special educational needs are, through the way our system is, children backgrounds, again, is constructed, are significantly disadvantaged. And so my job as Children's Commissioner is to ensure that every single child in Northern Ireland, regardless of disability, regardless of economic background, regardless of gender, regardless of sexuality and sexual identity, regardless of culture and background, have the same access to education, have the same opportunities. And so it's our role to shine a light on where those inequalities are, where who children are that are which is the job of work that has to be done, or whether that's initiatives such as the one that Dennis has already spoken about. We had a wee technical issue, so we didn't hear the previous discussion, but but sometimes they're piecemeal. We need to fundamentally make the changes to ensure that every child has the best start and a fair chance.
No, thank you so much, Kula. I will go back to Dennis now, and inspiration and the catalyst behind the creation of You and Co. Was there one kind of defining moment, and if you could just tell us a bit about that? Oh, I think we might be having trouble hearing Dennis.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Can hear you now.
First of all, it's just a privilege to be here with this panel and the quality of not only speakers but human beings. I mean, I've worked closely with Louise, and the work that she is doing is nothing less than just outstanding. And I think that we see this as something that we can offer based on where we are. Behind You and Co is a group of entrepreneurs and tech executives that are operating in this world where we see how the future is being built, and then we look at our young people around the world, not just in Northern Ireland, and we see them being marginalized because of the communities that they've come from. I mean, that future is just not evenly distributed, and it won't get to them. One story that I guess when you ask what was the catalyst is, we heard about a young guy in Belfast who was in his early teens, from a pretty challenged background, and he had spent over 6 years trying to save money to buy a computer in order to be able to just understand how computers work. It's those type of kids that we want to reach out to, and develop a program that works for aptitude, and we meet them where they are. But ultimately, we can give them a glimpse of the future, and we want to reward them for their time by paying them in a cryptocurrency. And by nature of paying them in that, they understand. They will get interested, and they will understand how that works. But ultimately, making them independently successful. And we think that needs to come from people in tech, so that we can open the door and show them what that future is, and show them the path, or certainly give paths or opportunities to get ahead.
Thank you, Dennis. And now I'm going to go back to Devaney. We spoke earlier, and you told me about a lot of the successes that the Cristo Rey students and things that they had to overcome, the challenges. Can you tell us a little bit about how successful they've been and how dedicated they've been to this program of 4 days in school and 1 day in a company?
Certainly, but I also want to mention that with the pandemic, these sort of inequities have been brought up, and technological issues. I think everyone in the panel has mentioned the difficulty of having access to technology. So the school really pushed students to have all of the technology needs that they would need throughout the pandemic, helping them acquire laptops, and additionally helping them with internet broadband access. The pandemic, and how they've managed to have that shift from working in a corporate office and then doing that at home and transitioning to working with their supervisors via Zoom. So students, I think Cristo Rey students have shown the resilience that is needed. They work hard because even though they go to school for 4 times a week, it doesn't mean that they don't class time. Students have longer school days to offset the time that they're working in a corporate setting, in a corporate office or organization the other day of the week. So if I could say that, I think they're resilient, smart, and very hardworking. So I'm glad to hear about this initiative because I think it's so important for the youth that have been left behind.
Thank you, Devaney. And I think when we spoke earlier, you told me that 98% of the student population actually enrolled in college, and that's probably double the average. So this program is really very effective and working well, and it seems like the children really appreciate it. Yeah. So that's good. I'm going to go back now to Louise, and I want to ask, how have courses changed to feature technology and to align with key businesses such as KPMG and Deloitte and other companies that have set up in Belfast?
Well, in terms of the pivot to online learning, which took place during the pandemic, there are a number of dimensions to the questions that you've asked, Suzanne. The first thing is that that flipping classrooms to an online model almost happened overnight. And fair play, real hats off to all of the lecturers and the leaders in our sector who really did make that happen and continuing to put learners at the centre. The issue for us is how do we bank and build on, because we've accelerated the use of technology and the digital landscape that we're now in. So how do we actually build on that and capitalise on it? And I've often heard people say that we've come 10 years or more in the first 10 months of the pandemic. So that's one thing. And for me, how I've translated that in my own college is I've just written the new 3-year strategic plan for us. And one of our 5 core objectives is to be digital by design. So this is really about seizing and bringing through in a very different way to benefit learners. Of course, that's who we're serving, but also to upskill and reskill our own employees and the employees of the future who walk through our doors. On the piece that you've said, then, how does that align to business? At Belfast Met, we have learners. I was just saying to Kula before we came into the conference, we have learners across such a wide diversity of learning abilities and stages in life. So, for example, we have the largest cohort of young adult learners with learning difficulties is at our college in Belfast. And we take young people at 16 who've perhaps formal education, may indeed be regarded to have failed. And we're bringing them in and we're equipping them with level 0 and level 1 basic skills. And then we take them right the way up through to foundation degrees in cyber. So the point about how do we align to the needs of business today is we work very closely with industry. And I think that's part of why I'm so proud of the further education sector in Northern Ireland, because I call us a skills engine. We are there to help support and drive the economy and getting alongside employers like KPMG, with whom, for example, we run a number of what we call assured skills academies. And that's about bringing, in particular in most of these academies, it's about bringing young graduates who have not yet found their way into the world of work. And some might struggle to do so. I have one of those at home myself, actually, who's just getting going on that pathway. But working through the Assured Skills Academies, they get an intensive blast of industry-relevant experience and training, which then makes them much more marketable, and they're being snapped up by the sponsor employers like KPMG, like the Microsofts, like the Allstates.
That's amazing. That's wonderful. Thank you, Louise, for sharing that. I'm going to turn to Kula now, and there's another aspect of digital technology, and it's been very useful and helpful for children, particularly during the pandemic, not just from an educational perspective, but also from a social perspective and keeping them connected. But that comes with some cautionary pitfalls. So, Kula, can you tell us about the importance of protecting children and youth in today's digital environment?
Thanks, Suzanne. I feel like that I'm the doom and gloom merchant while everybody else point out where more needs to be done and where things aren't working. So that's okay. I'm comfortable enough with that. But you're absolutely right. We have talked a lot about how the digital world has made it very clear how important it is to the lives, all our lives, but particularly the lives of young people, and particularly when we are in a health emergency, as we have been. But what we haven't done as quickly as we should have, we haven't been able to translate the protect for children, young people in the physical world. We haven't been able to translate that and transfer that as successfully into the digital world. So, the digital world is a wonderful place. It's a fantastic place, pre-pandemic as well as currently. Young people get a lot of information. Young people connect with friends. Young people learn, and of course, it's a source of career and industry for young people. But it can also be a scary place. And this is now the first generation of parents who grew up in the digital world, but the generation of parents before that were very scared and very wary of it, and often didn't get involved in in children's presence in the digital world, and were scared of it. So it reminds us of the importance of training, supporting parents to understand their children's online life, but also of the importance of saying to the tech companies, to the Facebooks, to the Googles, that you also have a role to play in protecting our children. And there's been a story recently around the Instagram for Kids initiative from Facebook and how that's gone on a back burner a bit. So we need, as parents and as teachers and as educators, need to be as confident as our children are in the digital world. And we need to be able to have those conversations with our children and not to be scared of some level of monitoring of our children's life in the digital world. But we also need our governments to have the right laws that will protect our children, including things like age verification, and holding the companies to account, not in a way that fetters what they do, but in a way that reminds them of their responsibility to children and young people to keep them safe in the way we do in the physical world. Children's lives don't operate in the real world is not the physical world. The real world is the world, and it's physical and it's virtual. And we must stop that differentiation between the two. This is children's world. This is our world. It works both physically and online. And we need to have the proper protections in place to ensure that happens.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Kula. And I think we probably have time for just one last question. So, Dennis, what's the future success look like for you and Co? What would make you really happy? And I can tell that you're very passionate about helping these underprivileged children, and particularly starting off in Northern Ireland. So if you can just tell us what future success looks like for you and Co.
Yeah. Just to Cola's point there, I'm at a 13-year-old. I'm in LA at the moment. I'm at a 13-year-old yesterday who has spent more on clothes for her digital self than she has for her physical self. And this is the future that our kids will live in. Their persona and what their presence online carries more of a currency than their physical presence, and that's the world that we have to navigate. And part of this is we are building this online community, and communities will be built online as we go forward. And the pandemic has helped shift that. The success for us means that kids around the world can be independently successful. Yes, careers and corporate placements are also going to be part of the program, and they're absolutely vital. But some kids will not succeed in that environment, but some kids will have an aptitude to be independently successful, harnessing their digital skills. So we want to build a community, and one, they feel safe. Two, they can learn. Three, they can earn and be successful for themselves where they are, and they can bring that wealth or that income into their own communities, into their own families. And we are able to create a model that is distributed and decentralized, so that kids around the world can have have a path of learning by just having an internet connection. So success for us is that we have this global online community that helps each other be more successful in their own cities, in their own towns, in their own villages.
Thank you so much, Dennis. And I want to thank everyone at the panel. As you've heard, they're very passionate, persistent to make sure that there's no
Suzanne, I want to is a great friend of ours, great advocate for children and young people. Davini Baez from the Cristo Rey Network, really, and Dennis Bray of Twitter, who's based in New York, from Ravenhill Road in Belfast and out in LA. Their organisations. One is Isabel Wolfer, who's here from the Washington, Ireland programme, which is an absolutely magnificent programme, providing internships for young people from the north of Ireland to come to the States. So Isabel will stand up if she's here. Isabel's here, isn't she? Isabel Wolfer? She's just here. Oh, Isabel, that's right. She said she was going at 9 o'clock. She tried to skip. So you need to contact Isabel later. She needs sponsoring companies for the allowed to escape. And then, of course, Shauna McGrath is here from the Iceland Irish Centre, who will stand as well, because people need to see where you are. So we want you to support the Iceland Irish Centre. It's doing magnificent work, in particular its rebuilding campaign, where you can all donate a few dollars. One other little point, we are delighted that having had a famous daughter of Belfast and Suzanne, two famous sons of Belfast, Marcus Robinson, the artist, is with us this morning, who we're very proud of, who's based down at the World Trade Centre and made the documentary Rebuilding the World Trade Centre, and Mark Goldstone, who you'll see later today. I want to introduce Leo McGuire, former Sheriff of Bergen County, great ambassador for Belfast, who's going to moderate the next few sessions. So, Leo.
Okay, thank you, Marcin. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Usually at this time we are in Belfast. I'm a little upset that I'm not able to do that at the moment, but soon enough. Recently, we had the Big Irish Campfire, well attended here and in Belfast, actually internationally. So to those that have logged in overseas, thank you. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you in person over there soon enough, and certainly having you come here. So I'm going to introduce our next panel, which is Belfast and New York, New Investment Opportunities in a Changed Landscape. Our chair is Margaret Malloy, a great friend of the Irish Echo, global CMO and head of business development for Siegel and Gale in New York. She is just doing amazing work in marketing internationally, and a great friend. So as they come up, the Belfast City Council is open for business. They are, we're going to see a video from them that I saw last night as well. And for those of you that tuned in last night, what a great short program it was to see some of the photography from 40 years ago, chronicling the history of Divis Flats and how much it's changed during the Trouble.
Hello, Belfast. Good morning. Can you hear us?
Good
Thumbs
morning.
up.
I can indeed. Good morning, Margaret.
Hello, how are you?
Loud and clear.
Great, wonderful. Well, hello, Belfast. Hello, New York. Thank you for the generous introduction, Leo. I'm Margaret Malloy, Global Chief Marketing Officer of Siegel & Gale, a branding firm, but more important in this context, a proud graduate of the University of Ulster. So this morning in New York, this afternoon in Belfast, Maureen asked us to talk about investment opportunities, New York, Belfast, in a changing landscape. I am joined by three tremendous panelists, and as you heard in the video, Belfast is dynamic, it's brimming, it's got talent, it's got, most important from my perspective, it's got ambition. And today we're going to talk about just that. As I introduce the three panelists, I would invite you to offer just one sentence on your organization and then one word for my opening question. So first up, we have Mark Goldstone here with me in New York. And Mark is with Frere and Trogue, the investment firm. And here's my one-word question. And Mark, I know you're fast on your feet, so you get to be first. What is the word that characterizes the landscape today? Belfast. In a moment, I'll come back to you and ask why.
One single word, innovation.
And tell us about your firm, one sentence.
Investment firm just announcing a new venture capital fund called Acuity, a $100 million fund to focus on early stage life science and technology businesses.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, over to Belfast, same question, one-line intro, and what's the one word that characterizes the current landscape in Belfast? Ashley Feeney of KPMG.
Ambitious.
And KPMG is the
The leading global professional services firm, and we have an all-island practice here on the island of Ireland with an office in Belfast with over 400 staff.
Remarkable. Colin Walsh, you're next.
I would say confidence.
And one line on Crescent Capital.
Established venture capital manager based in Belfast.
Remarkable. So clearly we have a very qualified panel to talk about investment opportunities. Mark, I'm going to come back to you. Your word and why.
Innovation, I think the future really is about creating new value to solve problems in the world. I think there's been a huge effort to focus on innovation in Northern Ireland. I can see it in the life science sector, and every time I go back, I see some new company that started up with some great technology behind them. That's what excites me.
Same question, Ashley. You said ambition. Why ambition?
Because I certainly have witnessed over the last 18 months ambition on a scale I've never seen before in my working life here in Belfast. And you might ask why. And that is we have the 6 anchor institutions across the city. That's our 2 great local universities, Queen's and Ulster, Belfast City Council, Belfast Harbour, and indeed Invest Northern Ireland, our economic development agency, who all are collectively working together to solve the huge structural economic challenges we have here across our city in terms of low productivity and also high economic inactivity.
Colin, you said confidence. That's an intriguing choice. Why?
I base that on the fact that I have watched entrepreneurship mature, and I think the entrepreneurs that are presenting themselves now in 2021 and going forward have now got the confidence in their skins, standing in their own skins to take on the opportunities that are presenting for Northern Ireland now.
Mark, what would you say is the number one opportunity from your vantage point in this changing landscape?
I think it's about, as an investor, it's about investment opportunity. And I think investors are constantly looking for the best opportunities that are going to create value into markets. To Colin's point, I think you're seeing a change now in the type of early stage company, the type of entrepreneur who's much more confident, much more understanding of what they've got to do to break into a market. So for me, that's where we start to deploy capital. When you've got a team of very confident people who understand not only the gap in the market that their product is solving, but also how to get it to market.
Mark, did you mention life sciences? Is there a particular sectoral focus that interests you at the moment? And maybe tell us why that has particular opportunity.
Yeah, I think Northern Ireland really punches above its weight when it comes to life science. I think for a country of its size, there are 3-4 major global life science companies in diagnostics, pharmaceuticals, 2-3 universities that are producing very high quality life science graduates. So all of these pieces together give you the right sort of mix for innovation. And I think that's what's exciting to us, where we're going there to see, are there companies that we can invest behind and help grow into global entities?
And Ashley, you have a very interesting perspective as a leading professional services firm across industry and indeed the community. What are you seeing in terms of the greatest opportunity?
Yeah, Margaret, I'm still seeing cyber. As many of you will know, Belfast is the #1 location in terms of US cyber development projects. We really are continuing to attract huge investment and indeed repeat investment. But it's so important that we retain that position. And I am confident we will do that, specifically through the Belfast Region City Deal programme of investment. Those of you that were in the room when we were all there together, Belfast, New York delegations, back in June 2019, I spoke about that and the huge ambition around that particular programme. But I'm pleased to say that that programme of investment now is close to reality in terms of actually what we signed in the coming weeks. And one of the huge investment areas is around innovation. And specifically, there is 5 centres of research. One that I should shout out, which is the Global Innovation Institute, which is a 50 million AI hub that will be located in the Innovation District just right behind me here in Belfast. And that, I believe, will really ensure that we retain that coveted #1 position. So cyber still remains very much, this is where it all happens.
And Ashley, what's the implication of that in terms of externalities, positive to the economy, in terms of success in cyber?
It allows us to not only attract back many of our diaspora that have left these shores, but also retain the fantastic talent that is coming through our education system here, because we really need, if we're to realise the ambition that we have for this city, we need to keep that talent here and indeed attract more talent. And cyber is one, is where the brightest and the best want to come to here in Belfast. And indeed, evidence of that is not only within my own firm here in KPMG, where our partners, the vote of confidence in our new digital Centre of Excellence here in the office I'm sitting on, that we announced earlier this year, with over 200 high quality jobs, a number of them in cyber.
Colin, we've heard of life sciences, we've heard about cyber. Any other area or dimension of the economy that excites you from an opportunity standpoint?
Well, we have seen over the past couple of years opportunities emerging from right across the spectrum of software businesses. If I look back at the type of companies that Crescent was investing in 20 years ago, 25 years ago, we had a strong mix of manufacturing. That reflected Northern Ireland's legacy position as a centre of manufacturing. And I think we told ourselves then, on the basis of cheap availability of labour and space for manufacturing and offices and so forth. Today, that has been swept really from the foreground. As Margaret touched on, or sorry, as Aisling touched on, it's a battle for talent. And it's a battle then to retain your talent and to have a culture that nurtures your talent and helps your organization grow. Cheaper office space isn't the differentiator, or cheaper manufacturing isn't the differentiator anymore. So the fact that Queen's and UU are able to provide such a flow of talent, in addition, in fact, to spin-outs that they both generate as well. That's a luxury that we enjoy in the region now.
Colin, to what do you attribute this rather rapid transition to high value add jobs and capabilities? And how do the collective or community make sure that that stays ahead?
Well, I think it reflects the focus that there now is on education and the percentages that we have in the region that go to third level education, that go on to do postdocs and everything else in universities. All of that drives and helps thrive that pursuit of the very high end. We cannot be cost effective in a world market for basic manufacturing anymore. But if we nurture the talent that comes through the universities, as Mark says, we can punch above our weight on many areas. And you see that again and again now with the home-grown companies that have become world leaders. I think also what sustains that is that the Development Agency in Northern Ireland has a very strong focus on that, and they work very hard to put weight and money and effort behind the training, the emphasis on R&D, and all of those things. That's vital as well, and I think that's again an area where we've excelled in Northern Ireland and where we continue to enjoy.
Ashley, as a leader in a global firm, you have a tremendous vantage point across the globe. What stands out for you in terms of Belfast's ability to stay ahead of the curve?
Quite simply, Margaret, the resilience of our people. We never give up. And that's something I hear a lot from our client base, particularly those FDIs that have done repeat investments. And they have said, you stand out from the crowd in terms of the calibre of the people. We're just hardy. We never give up.
And I know someone who never gives up here in New York. So, Mark, what would you say? Life sciences, it's a top of mind sector right now. Where within life science is the most opportunity, and what are the needs to keep that energy going and to sustain the growth and also the success of Belfast?
Firstly, just to add a little bit to that, I think one of the attractive parts about investing or the desire to invest there is this palpable enthusiasm to succeed. So often we'll invest in companies that are alone in an environment with just the team behind them. You get this sense in Northern Ireland that everybody's rooting for you to succeed. And I think Aisling said it, it's about culture. And culture, as you know, eats strategy for breakfast. There's a culture there that says we want to do well, we want to succeed. That's very tangible and that's very exciting to investors because nothing else is holding you back. I think that's something that is inherent in the culture. That's hard to lose. It's possible to lose, but I think it's there to stay. From a specific life science side, I see really interesting innovation coming out of the universities with academic backgrounds that's ready to be translated into medicines. The desire to build strong life science businesses takes a long time and a lot of effort to do it, but the reward is great. One small global pharmaceutical company would have $1 billion in sales. $1 billion company based in Belfast brings a lot of added value, other services, clinical trials, consulting, all sorts of things that come along with that. Never mind the taxis, the restaurants, the rest of the impact on society. So I think there's a desire to build that. Healthcare is not going away. It's a long-term business because people, unfortunately, are going to remain getting sick over their life. And so it's a long-term sustainable business where there are high values.
What are the challenges? We've talked a lot about the context and the positive backdrop. Are there challenges that we should be aware of?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for investors that are like us, we invest just pre-commercialization for more commercial businesses or preclinical for pharma biotech companies. That's quite early in the life cycle, but still the company already has to have proof of concept of their business. I think one of the things that we see is that there's a tendency to be very locally focused, and locally could mean locally in Belfast or even just in the UK. But to really succeed and to attract big investors in, you've got to understand the challenges of big markets like the US. And if you're not aiming to be in the US, you're not going to be able to attract big investment because that's where people want you to succeed. So having the ability to be able to see beyond your local market is going to be a really important challenge going forward.
Colin, might there be another challenge that you would identify or build on this global perspective challenge that Mark identified?
I would echo much of what Mark has said. I think one of the challenges is access to sufficient capital in order that people can truly set their ambition on a global scale. I think historically in Northern Ireland we were not the best experienced in leading global sales. We had a lot of branch plants there. The sales function was somewhere else. But that has evolved and changed now over recent years. And we have many companies that are absolutely have set their sights on global markets and have people with relevant skill sets there to achieve it. One of the curious things that has happened, and maybe I'm the first in the session to mention the Brexit word, but where Brexit has delivered Northern Ireland is in a unique position where it has full access to the UK market, it's got full access to the EU market, and conferences like this highlight the connectivity that Northern Ireland has to US markets. And I think that over the years, with the folk in Northern Ireland have now developed that perspective, and where we are located is ideally situated, one might say, to be able to access global markets. And I think the mindset has travelled towards that as well now.
Aisling, further challenges, and how might we collaborate to address them?
Yeah, one of the big challenges we have, and I speak about this regularly, is our underinvestment, particularly in our public infrastructure. And the big challenge there, it is not financing, because we can raise all that private capital, but it is funding. How are we going to service that equity and debt that we have to pay back? And that has just been really, really challenging when we look at our infrastructure investment strategies or economic strategies as to, are we ready to make the tough but the right decisions? And I think we find that really, really challenging. But the future's here, and if we want to stay ahead, we are going to have to make those difficult decisions now in the months ahead, and that's why I welcome the Fiscal Commission and the Fiscal Councils that have been set up in the last year. I look forward to seeing the reports next year.
What might our American audience not know that we should make sure that is in the conversation here in New York? Mark, would you jump in?
I think more of what we've talked about already, which is that there is a high-value group of people with great ambition, willing to leverage that ambition to enter the US market. They need some help, they need some access, but they've got skills and innovation that I think will really contribute here in the US as well.
Colin, you talked about salesmanship or the capacity for sales. So the same question, what might New York not know that they should know this morning?
I think they should know, and I expect Mark and folk like myself are telling them constantly, it's a good place to invest. It's a good place. Invest NI does a terrific job of promoting it and attracting it as a location for FDI, but it's also a good place to invest capital, to back those entrepreneurs that have the global perspectives and make sure that those businesses scale properly and address the market that they can actually achieve. We've seen companies, homies like Kainos and First Derivatives and so forth do that kind of global penetration when they get the funds behind them. There are many more Kainoses and First Derivatives to come in Northern Ireland if the funding flows. I don't think really the things around infrastructure and stuff are going to hold them back. Entrepreneurs find ways to achieve those goals with whatever tools are available to them.
So I'm going to start with you, Aisling, on this question. You know, a big part, and I know, Mark, you've spent early part of your career in this area, is storytelling. What is the story we need to tell? And part of storytelling can be demystifying, debunking myths, or indeed it can be reinforcing emerging points of view. So, Aisling, what is the story? What is the myth we want to debunk, or an emerging belief we want to reinforce?
I think the big one is that we have a huge now economic vision for Northern Ireland in the form of 10X that was launched earlier this year. And I think what we really need to dispel is that huge vision, it's going to be a decade of innovation, and we are going to ensure it becomes reality. And I'm seeing that here on the ground in terms of the Belfast Region City deal and also Innovation City Belfast, those 6 city anchor institutions that I referenced earlier, that they really are doing tremendous things. And I think watch this space, particularly in terms of the city deal and the investment in digital assets, how we're going to further leverage them and attract more private investment into this city. And indeed, Belfast, in terms of a near shore investment location for the US and all of our huge research capabilities, that's the story in terms of the opportunity we present and how we are going to deliver, because that's what matters. So it's going to be a decade of delivery in my mind.
Colin, any further myth to debunk here this morning?
There might be a perception in some parts in the States of Northern Ireland and Belfast being a quiet backwater. It's no such thing. The durability and resilience that Aisling mentioned has translated into entrepreneurship now and companies going after global business opportunities. The talent's there, the skills are there, and the opportunity is here and now.
Mark, I'll leave the final word to you here in New York.
Yeah, I would just build on that. I think also you heard from the previous session, the effort that's going into digital transformation of society. So training and teaching people from a very early age what it means to be in the digital era. I think that's just another sign of this is not a backwater. This is a player, a global player.
Well, thank you, Mark, Aisling, and Colin. I think we heard about innovation, ambition, and confidence. And I'll borrow from the words of a famous Irish storyteller who will be known to all of you in conclusion. Van Morrison tells us, whether you're writing a book or a song or whatever, you've got to be involved in it. It's got to come from the heart. That's what it's all about. And I think we can all agree this morning that your passion is palpable, and wish you all the very, very best in advancing the opportunities you've identified. Thank you.
Margaret, thank you very much. We're delighted that Margaret Molloy was able to be with us to chair that session today. She really is the preeminent advocate for Ireland in the Big Apple. Before I introduce Councilman Danny Drum to open the conference, who's a couple of minutes, he's panicking there. I am going to roll a video, but for that, we're delighted Elizabeth Crowley, former councilwoman, is in the room with us. Great supporter of Belfast. Last in Belfast at a very difficult time with Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of Congress, House of Congress, when Liam McKee was shot dead. A terrible night for the peace process. But I'm delighted Elizabeth is with us today. Let's show a short video from our headline sponsor of New York, New Belfast. In fact, New York, New Belfast wouldn't exist were it not for KPMG, in particular Sean Kelly, Belfast man exiled in New York, who's in Madrid at the minute. He had an opportunity to spend a day with me in New York or go to Madrid. I can't believe he decided to go to Madrid. But I want to thank KPMG. And let's see a short video from KPMG, then I'll come back.
KPMG are truly delighted to support New York, New Belfast. Recent economic data shows that our city Belfast and the wider region is truly in recovery mode. And this, coupled with the recently launched KPMG Global CEO Survey, shows that business leaders' confidence is now returning to pre-pandemic levels. One of the enduring trends coming from the pandemic has been the acceleration in investment in innovation by businesses right across the city, both Indigenous companies and indeed our foreign direct investors. And it has been this innovation that has allowed them to attract more talent and indeed compete on the global stage. One of the many reasons to continue to invest in Belfast is the rich talent we have right across this city and the wider region, and indeed the very competitive cost base coupled with the truly fantastic quality of life that Belfast offers. We at KPMG are truly confident in the future of Belfast City, as recently evidenced by our investment in a new digital centre of excellence, creating 200 high-quality jobs across cyber, applied intelligence, and digital transformation. Other reasons to be confident about the investment opportunities Belfast presents include the recently launched Innovation City Belfast and also the Belfast Region City deal due to sign in the coming weeks. So do join us for what will be a truly energising, interesting panel discussion on the new investment opportunities our cities present in what is a changing landscape.
Thank you, Aisling Feeney, and thank you, KPMG, for supporting us. We're going to have the opening of New York, New Belfast. I know some of you will say, but you started last night, and didn't you do introductory comments at 8:15 this morning? But still, we're going to have the official launch now by two great friends of New York, New Belfast. In Belfast, we'll be hearing from the Lord Mayor of Belfast, Kate Nicholl, who's a wonderful, progressive, go-ahead leader of the new Belfast. She's born in Zimbabwe. She represents the Alliance Party, which I presume is, I suppose, would be a middle-of-the-road party, but very progressive in its ambition for Belfast. And here in New York, we're going to hear from Councilman Danny Drum. And Danny Drum's official bio says he's been a progressive leader for 20 years. That's the first piece of fake news. He's been a progressive leader for at least 4 decades. We won't say any more than that to age him anymore. But he's been a wonderful progressive leader in the city of Belfast. He was a former teacher. Everybody in politics should teach for a while. It's a wonderful grounding. And as a teacher, he was a leader. He represents Queen's District 25. People in Belfast have no idea where that is, but to help you, it is the most diverse area of New York, probably one of the most diverse places on the planet in Queens. He was a founding member of the Irish Caucus in City Hall, which has done great work, largely in liaison with the Consul General of Ireland in New York. He has been a pioneer in relation to LGBT issues for many, many years, but all that pales into insignificance beyond when compared to his advocacy for Belfast. He's been to Belfast several times. He has continued to lobby to speak up for the Irish peace process, for the Good Friday Agreement, and for Belfast. And recently, he was appointed a visiting professor at Queen's University, and they say in politics, timing is everything. So Danny's timing was a little bit off because he was appointed a professor of practice, a visiting professor, and then COVID came. So he hasn't actually been able to visit Queen's University, but we look forward to that, and we look forward to that day. So please welcome a dear friend of Belfast, a great advocate for New York, Councilman Danny Drum, Chair of the Finance Committee at New York City Council. Danny.
Thank you very, very much. It's great to be here. Thank you, Martine, and thank you to the Irish Echo as well for sponsoring the conference. I think I have come to every conference since I was chair of the Irish Caucus, for sure, and maybe even before that. I've been in the New York City Council for 12 years. We unfortunately have term limits in the New York City Council, so this is my last term, my last 2.5 months until I'm actually term limited out. And I'm going to miss that this opportunity to have been a council member very, very much. As Martine alluded to before, we've been joined by former council member Elizabeth Crowley, who also was a founding member of the Irish Caucus within the City Council. And we have a tradition, which is to pass the Irish flag to each other. So I have already selected someone, Elizabeth. Don't worry, we're going to continue that tradition, and they will be able to carry that flag along of council members. I just wanted to welcome everyone today to the conference. For those of you who are here physically in New York, and those of you who are here virtually in Northern Ireland, in Belfast, and to say that New York City is coming back, and we are very proud of that. We are very proud of the steps that we have taken to ensure the comeback of New York City. My district in particular, Martine alluded to it before, was called the epicenter of the epicenter. I represent Elmhurst Hospital. Some of you in New York may have seen it on television, but they were bringing people into the hospital at the height of COVID, those first few weeks of March, on their shoulders, pulling them out of taxi cabs and trying to get them help. Of course, we lost a number of people. I lost about 8 friends within the first month, including my friend Tarlik McNallis, who worked with me on the St. Pat's for All parade. He was there for us in Sunnyside on March 1st, and by April 1st, he was dead. So may his soul rest in peace as well. But we are coming back, and I'm just happy to share that this conference is one example of that. That we're here physically in New York. But last night I went to see Kelly O'Hara at 54 Below, the old Studio 54. And so Broadway is also beginning to come back. And I really do believe that in order for New York to come back, our performing arts have to come back. And so some of the shows are beginning to open. Schools are back. The mandates have pushed teachers back into the classroom, although it's being challenged. Today it's going to go to the Supreme Court of the United States to see if those challenges hold. But I do believe that they will hold, and that the vaccine mandates will be required. I just want to say, as chair of the Finance Committee, New York City's budget is hitting, just about to hit, it will hit it in November, $100 billion. I have oversight over that budget, and this year we were very fortunate that we were able to get $15 billion in federal aid, which helped us put aside the debt, at least for this year. In the out years, we're still facing $4 billion in debt, but we believe that that is manageable. And I mention that because a big piece of what I wanted to do as chair of the Irish Caucus and chair of the Finance Committee was to continue to ensure that our Irish and Irish American organizations here in the city of New York are well funded. I see that we've been joined by Paul Finnegan, the former director of the New York Irish Center, which was in Long Island City. And throughout my tenure and over the years, we've been able to provide them with significant funding, as we have also with the Irish Arts Center. And if you are here in New York today and you have an opportunity, I would encourage you to go up or go over to 51st Street and 10th Avenue and visit the Irish Arts Center. It's a beautiful new structure. And the City Council has invested over $40 million in that structure. And we're looking forward to the official opening coming up very soon. But the purpose of the Irish Caucus, again, is to continue to provide those institutions with funding, because we also believe that that is a matter of empowerment for our community. Yesterday, I had a press conference on an issue which might be interesting to you. It's that I have legislation before the City Council, which will pass next Thursday. We have 41 co-sponsors, actually, on the legislation out of the 51 council members, to make New York City's school bus fleet totally electric by 2030. And this is a huge step forward, not only because of the impact that it will have on the environment, but also because of the health concerns. And as Martine had mentioned prior, I was a New York City public school teacher for 25 years, and I rode on those school buses for 25 years with kids when we would take school trips. And we always, pardon the expression, had to bring a barf bag with us, because inevitably someone would throw up due to the emissions. So one of the children would throw up, sometimes myself almost do. So we're very proud to move forward with that. But the contracts for that have not been determined yet. So if anybody knows electric bus, either for conversions or for new electric buses, please feel free to reach out to me. It's ddrom, DDROMM, at council, COUNCIL.nyc.gov, and I'll get that information over to the New York City Department of Education. And finally, let me just say again, I really deeply believe in the purposes and the goals of this conference. It's really important to the peace, I think, in Northern Ireland and Belfast, that we continue to maintain cultural ties between New York City and Belfast, and we continue to have these conferences. And so I'm just very happy to be here and to say welcome to everybody. Enjoy New York City, enjoy the conference, and I will see you at the next Irish Echo event, which will be December 2nd for the Community Service Awards. Thank you again, and thank you to Martine and everybody who's attended the event here today. Thank you very, very much.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to address the 11th annual New York, New Belfast conference, which opened last night. Hosted by the Irish Echo in New York and organised by Ashleen Events in Belfast, this event exists to build bridges of mutual benefit between our two great cities. This year's conference will be a hybrid model with an in-person conference in New York, speakers being brought in virtually from KPMG here in Belfast, and the entire gathering being streamed online. Congratulations for your fortitude and innovation. But then this event has never let the small matter of the Atlantic Ocean come between us. I know you have already had contributions from the West Belfast Féile Phobal and East Side Arts, among others, and you will hear from leaders from both sides of the pond, including Tonya McMorrow of Canos and Belfast Climate Commissioner Debbie Caldwell. All those who take part from Belfast do so in the realization that truly progressive cities enjoy rich connections to the outside world. Equally, great cities also roll out the welcome mat to others, and it's been our privilege to host many New York leaders in Belfast. Among our visitors have been business leaders who have invested in local startups, such as Uleska and University Dons, who have brought study abroad tours to Belfast. Most notably, of course, New York State Comptroller Tom DiNapoli, who has invested $30 million in early stage companies here through both Crescent Capital and Kernel Capital. People from this part of the world have been traveling to New York since it first established in 1624. New York has provided shelter for those fleeing persecution and hunger, or those seeking a new start in a new world. Today, the Big Apple remains a beacon of democracy and diversity for the world. It's my hope, therefore, that this year's New York, New Belfast conference keeps alive those bonds between our two cities and helps usher in a new period of post-COVID interaction and mutual support when we can reconnect again in person. My congratulations to KPMG, Tourism Ireland, Invest NI, the Northern Ireland Bureau, and the other sponsors who have ensured that while the pandemic may have physically kept us apart, it will never stop our two cities uniting in common purpose.
Well, I suspect that accent threw you a little bit, but Kate Nicholl is doing a wonderful job as Lord Mayor, despite the many challenges of COVID. Brian Brown is with us from St John's University. Maybe you'll stand up for us, Brian. And thank you for being with us. And this is something you're not going to hear very often, but you're getting a 5-minute break. So grab a cup of coffee, stretch your legs, just very, very briefly. This is unprecedented at a New York, New Belfast conference, getting a very short break. So we're going to be back in 5 minutes, and Belfast is not happy with me. So five minutes, just relax. So give us 5 minutes. Thanks.
Who does?
That's enough enjoying yourself. Like 3, 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Paul.
Hello, everybody. My name is Paul Finnegan. I'm the Director of Business Development at the Irish Echo. Our next panel is titled Smarter Cities, Can New York and Belfast Ride the Innovation Wave? Our chair for this particular panel will be Andrea Hockian, who's the VP of Business Development at Invest Northern Ireland here in New York. And among many other wonderful things, Andrea is an expert in foreign direct investment, offshore development, and international business development. So while we have the panel and Andrea come to the stage, we'll watch a short video about Invest Northern Ireland.
More than 1,100 international firms have already discovered that Northern Ireland is the ideal location for business expansion. They benefit from our talented workforce, backed by our free, company-specific training, highly competitive operating costs, and world-class infrastructure. They enjoy our high standard of living, business-friendly support, and easy access to global markets. That's why 70% of new investors reinvest. Want more from an investment location? Choose Northern Ireland. Altogether more.
Good morning, everyone, from the wonderful city of New York. It is my delight to welcome delegates here today from both sides of the Atlantic and around the world. As Paul has said, today we're going to be talking about smarter cities. Can New York and Belfast ride the innovation wave? And I'm absolutely thrilled to have an esteemed panel with me today. Suzanne Wiley, Chief Executive of Belfast City Council, Giancarlo Di Vieci, President and CEO of UniSquare, and Christoph Winkler, Haynes Endowed Professor of Entrepreneurship and Innovation at Iona College. Like many of us here today, more than half of humanity lives in cities. Every month, the world's urban population grows by approximately 5 million people, and by 2050, it's estimated that around 2.5 billion people more will live in our cities. The challenges of urbanization are immense, but the opportunities are immeasurable, provided we think smarter. The development and deployment of innovative technologies across cities' infrastructure can accelerate sustainability, workability, and livability. There is a new class of emerging technologies that will mature over the coming decade that are likely to have an enormous impact on the future of our cities, our society, and the economy. Technologies such as 5G, AI, robotics, edge computing, blockchain, and the Internet of Things. They will be hugely disruptive and a force for business leaders and city leaders to radically rethink how they plan, invest, and deliver services. I am delighted to welcome this morning's esteemed panel, experts in their field, who are at the forefront of designing the smart cities of the future. But I think in order to set the scene, I think we all need to understand what do we mean by smart cities. So I'm going to ask each of the panel members to give me their definition of a smart city and why they matter. So Suzanne, perhaps beginning with you, could you share with us your thoughts on a smart city?
Yeah, of course, Andrea, and delighted to be here today as well at New York and Belfast. I know you started off by talking about technology and what technology is doing to our world and our individuals' lives and to our economies, etc. as well. But I think that a smart city is much more than just thinking about technology. It actually is really a philosophy about what you can do with that technology, how you can embrace that technology and that innovation to really drive the economy that you want for your future city, but also to solve some of the problems that we face at city level, whether that's mobility or whether that's climate change, and problems that people have with their everyday lives as well, and make places much more livable as well. You talked about the continued migration to cities, and we all believe that that is going to continue despite what happened with COVID. And of course, what we want for our future cities is to use that innovation, that technology, to make them much more pleasant places to live, where individuals as well can be much healthier and really have much better well-being as well. So for me, much more than just technology, 5G and robotics, etc. It really is about how a whole city comes together and thinks about the future, takes into account that disruption with those technologies you talked about, the fact that some jobs are absolutely going to be displaced, has the foresight to really look ahead and think about then how we're going to use all of the innovation that exists today and will continue to be invented, and we're going to continue to have more creativity, how we actually as a city nurture the right environment that innovation can come forward, that innovation can actually be supported by the government and investments that are made, and that innovation can really drive the future competitiveness of a place and also solve society's problems and make sure that we're much more inclusive in terms of our cities going forward.
Christoph, you've been a big pioneer of inclusivity and diversity. When you think of smart cities, what does a smart city look like to you?
Well, thank you so much, Andrea. And I really have to echo what Suzanne already said. I mean, the smartest city essentially is certainly more than a specific technology. It really has to encompass the people. So I really thought about kind of like having a more like a little textbook definition of what a smartest city means for me. But sort of I just sketched it out that a smartest city is a city that leverages innovation and technological advances to create better living and working conditions to meet the needs of its citizens, present and future. I think that's important. But in order to do this, it also needs to assure that it's also an inclusive, equitable, and sustainable way in terms of how these implementations are being done. So as far as I'm concerned, the technology itself or a smarter city is not necessarily the outcome. A smarter city, I think, is a collective process. It is also a mindset. And I think that requires us to look at the technology really as a way to almost like as a catalyst to really address some of the needs of our citizens, while assuring that we're meeting all of those needs. And these are often emerging, these are changing, especially because our cities are changing too in terms of how we look at those cities. So I think that's something that I think I'm very deeply passionate about. Also, I will talk about this probably later in the panel too, in terms of how we try to realize this through our work at Iona College. But I think the most important piece is that a smarter city is only as smart as its collective, work of all stakeholders involved. And I think the technology has a potential to connect people. It has a potential to, also extract information to better understand specific needs of its citizens, but also can enhance the overall experience of its citizen. But technology alone is only as good as its implementation and the desired outcomes. And from that perspective, I think the collective approach, the mindset, that brings people together along with the policies and the investment, I think is critical here.
Wonderful. Giancarlo, you've also talked about the impact of technology on the wider community. When you think of smart cities, how do you see that play out?
Cities, in my opinion, we're talking about and this has been extensively documented. We're talking about mostly mobility, right? Safety, a city that can work for us, and then opinion and inclusivity of opinions. How do we create a government that is inclusive through technology, right? Which is a hard part. Sometimes, different areas or different demographics in a city are very disconnected from what's happening and the decisions that. How do we use technology? Today we have a lot of data, but data without organization, data without really collaboration and order becomes really impossible to read. So I think we're in a process of moving that data into information that we can actually read and use. And I think like it was said already, I think we are in the process of that, and creating a smart city is a process, not an end result. I would agree with that. So I see a lot of what we're talking about in terms of inclusivity, in terms of mobility, in terms of safety as the main pillars for that smart city. And then how do we use technology to make it inclusive to everybody that lives in the space, right? So
Perfect. And Suzanne, what are the big issues that smart cities can solve, and how do we harness the power of key stakeholders to optimize the transformation of cities like Belfast?
Yeah, well, I think we've touched on a few of those issues that smart cities, I think, can solve. For example, we've mentioned mobility has been mentioned extensively here. Mobility is a big challenge. It's one of the grand challenges that the UK have described previously. And along with others, for example, climate change, we will have to be incredibly innovative and use every aspect of technology to help us reduce our carbon footprint right across all of our cities. Huge challenge for us in the road ahead. I think also, though, when you think about the pandemic, when you think about people's individual health and well-being, and there's lots of, we talked about data, there's lots of data there. It's the ability to actually cross-reference that data and to get real insight from that data and to help us to try to solve some of those problems that individual people have. In Belfast, we have really fantastic strengths in some great sectors, like, for example, health technology, where we're already fantastic at precision and personal medicine and clinical trials, etc. And technology and innovation is really helping us to be world leading in solving some of those issues that people face with and even diseases, etc., that we haven't even faced yet in terms of future pandemics and how we might overcome and address some of those particular problems. But even more than that, I think, if you look around behind me, this lovely background that I have here in Belfast, all of us in terms of our city centres have, a massive change, a massive disruption has happened because of what's been happening with technology in our retail sectors, for example, but also in terms of our high streets and what COVID has done to that and people working from home rather than working from the office full time. And that has really changed the dynamics of how cities work in future. So again, innovation and technology, I think, will be really, really important to trying to solve some of those problems and redesigning what our future cities actually ought to look like. And we can do that much better in the future. We can make them much more livable places. We can make them much more green places. And we can absolutely make sure that we reduce our carbon footprint as we start to design those and get the help of technology and innovation to do that. And, it is that triple helix partnership. And, I usually hate that kind of techno speak, right? But actually, it's really important to how we solve these problems that you have mentioned earlier. It is that kind of magic that happens when you get the best minds from academia in our wonderful universities that we have here in Belfast and you have in New York, together with some of our really, really smart entrepreneurs here in the city, and then with citizens, and you're doing it, at a place-based level, at a city level. So it is about real life and on what the citizens are actually facing in their everyday lives. And it's about bringing those situations together to try and resolve them. One of the things that we are doing in Belfast over the next period of time is putting out £16 million worth of challenge funding across our innovator community. And we're saying to them, here are some problems, right? Okay, how do we have, for example, more sustainable international tourism in future? You come back to us, here's some money, you come back to us with your ideas, you pitch those ideas, we'll give you some more money for those that are shortlisted and seem, the best of the bunch. You work up your prototypes and then we'll test them out in this city, and then you can scale them and hopefully sell those ideas around the world and solve world problems. And that's how we see Belfast really developing in the future as a smart city. We do see it as somewhere where there will be real standout globally in some really high value growth sectors that are based on innovation and also solving world problems.
It's incredible and exciting. So thank you for that, Suzanne. Giancarlo, as we've said already, the dialogue around smart cities often does focus on technology and digital transformation. You've spoken previously about how technology can be used to actively and positively impact the community. Given Una Square's success in Belfast, can you discuss what is unique about Belfast as a tech hub, and where does the city need to focus resources in order to accelerate its evolution as a smart city and ride the innovation wave?
So I think, I think for Belfast, you have, two things going on that are fantastic, right? So number one, the size. It's a manageable size of a city where things, can be fairly, I'm not going to say quickly implemented, but much more quickly than in larger cities. So that's one. And then the interconnectedness of government and entrepreneurs and industry, really, I see that as a positive. It's a strong community, and I see multiple instances of both being really collaborative into creating these initiatives and spaces for collaboration, right? And so I think those are the two very positive things. What we should not confuse, right, is technology is a means or is a way to get there, right? It's not. We could do it without technology too. It's just an easier way to get there, right? And so it has to be understood that really the process in which we create a smart city, or we have the ability to create really a testing ground for a smart city as we move on and progress in this rhetoric, really, is through the ideas that are going to move the inclusiveness. And when I mean inclusiveness, I mean economic inclusiveness, right? Or inclusivity, which is how do we make sure that, people in different jobs, right? Like have the ability or have the economic ability to live downtown, for example, if you're in the service industry, or if you're a software developer, or if you're part of the government or a government worker, right? And so that those things start to become really interesting and really important, because we start seeing big gaps, right? Big gaps of, for example, salaries. We start seeing big gaps of benefits. We start seeing big gaps of the ability or the consumer ability. And so we need to keep those in check. We need to keep those in mind in these cities of the future that we are imagining, because otherwise we start excluding a bunch of people that are within the city, that are very necessary to the city. And you start seeing things like that with, San Francisco, Portland, in the West Coast, for example, here in the U.S., that have started excluding enough of that, where it has its own series of problems, right? And so it's I believe that the people, I believe that the size of the city, and I believe that the collaboration between government and private and industry is very interesting in Belfast. And I think if that route is continued, it's going to continue providing good results, right? That's my opinion on that.
Yeah. Christoph, just picking up on that point regarding inclusivity, and I know that's very important to you. Through your work at Iona College and the Gale Ventures Incubator, you seek to inspire students to learn outside the lines and solve real-world problems. How can young people become change agents and actively contribute to the development of the smart cities?
Thank you very much, Andrea. I think from our perspective, being a mission-based institution, it came naturally for us to really think about entrepreneurship innovation as a responsibility that we need to empower our students with to really help support the development of our local communities. And being in a city like just north of New York City, but also most of our students, or many of our students, also working in New York City through first through internships, but also through the entrepreneurial pursuits, as well as working in larger corporations as sort of entrepreneurs. I think it's really important for us to really think about putting students at the center of this, because they will become the future leaders of our cities. And I think embedding a mindset of empowerment, a mindset of being able to change the communities in which they live is something very important to us. Our student demographic is to have many first generation students who are first generation college students who are really hungry for really bringing about change. And I think that's makes them, or I think that's why they find sort of the work that we're trying to do very attractive and empowering. We use a particular types of frameworks in order to help empower our students and connecting them to our local ecosystems. But essentially, we are utilizing a human-centered design framework. Again, putting the needs of its citizens first, and then through identifying the needs, empowering our students to identify specific issues that require solving. And this then may require a technology solution. And as the students sort of build sort of this deep empathy with the respective communities, I think they have a stronger entry point, not just by putting the solution in front of the problem, but essentially truly understanding what the underlying issues are. And what we encourage our students is to use, obviously existing data that we can extract. We talked about earlier in the panel, the sense making of all that data, right? We're trying to also build some analytics programs at the college and really sort of trying to drive this, but also giving our students the ability to think about maybe new ways of how we can better understand our communities. Also think about new ways of how we can develop new instruments that allow us to extract that. For example, we had one student that's been working over the last 2 years on a parking app, particularly for New York City, on just like figuring out how to better find street parking. And for those of you who've driven in New York City, it's not an easy feast. And she's really trying to aggregate different kinds of data points and potentially even explore some new instrumentation avenues here. So again, putting the students front and center, empowering them to really figure out how they can create solutions based upon the problems that they have identified. I think that's something that's essential to the work that we do.
That's perfect. And I think if it were the Oscars, Marcin would now be playing the music to get me to leave the stage. So I've been doing a lot of this for the last few minutes. So I just want to end by thanking you all today for your amazing contribution. I have one very special act to perform. It really does feel like the Oscars now. So Giancarlo, for you, my friend. As we said, Giancarlo is the president and CEO of Unisquare, and he has walked the walk with his investment in Belfast, almost surpassing 100 employees in the fine city of Belfast. He's demonstrated consistently how tech can be used to actively and positively impact the community. By caring about the community, its people, and his commitment to inclusive business, Giancarlo, it is my honour to present you with an award as a US Ireland Business Ambassador.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'd like to say
I'll pick it up in Belfast, hopefully before the end of the year.
Yes, absolutely. I'll make sure you get it, Giancarlo. So thank you to everyone today, and thank you, panelists.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
Right, so thank you, Andrea, for a wonderful, wonderful panel discussion there. We move on now to the next panel, which is titled, Is the Best Yet to Come? Cue the Frank Sinatra song, during Belfast's Tech Rise. And to chair this panel, we have Marianne Pierce, who's the founder of Map Digital here in New York. And before that, she was president of Events Digital, an ISP for event venues in New York City. So she truly is a leader in the digital event space. And as the panel assembles here on stage, we will have two short videos, one Tourism Ireland, and then followed by another from KPMG.
Have you booked that trip home to Ireland yet? press the green button and visit the island of Ireland. See Ireland.com.
KPMG is proud to support the New York, New Belfast Conference and its focus this year on the climate agenda. In particular, we're looking forward to contributing to the Sustainable Cities panel session, which asks the question, can Belfast and New York meet the climate change challenge? While sustainability has been on the agenda for decades, over recent years it has moved from being what's a token CSR issue to being a global strategic priority. The agenda has progressed more in the last 12 months than the 30 years previous, and more has changed in the last 3 months than the 12 months before that. It's a challenge that KPMG Sustainable Futures team is working on every day, helping our clients understand, to navigate and respond to what is a very fast-moving agenda. And the urgency of this challenge isn't lost on global leaders. In KPMG's Global CEO Outlooks report, climate change is now at the very top of the CEO priority list. Only 4 years ago, it didn't even make the top 10. And while at the outset of the pandemic, there were concerns that COVID would detract and crowd out the sustainability agenda. However, in fact, governments and corporates have recognized the similarities between the two issues. Both are global threats, needing unprecedented international coordination. November's COP26 conference in Glasgow will be key to engaging this coordinated global response and mobilizing the almost 100 billion of investment per year that the world needs to make. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the New York, New Belfast Conference.
Good morning, and live from New York, Belfast, and Derry, I'm Mary Ann Pierce, founder and CEO of MAP Digital. We bring hybrid and virtual events to the global investment community, and I'm delighted to be here in a hybrid environment. So this panel is the best yet to come, driving Belfast tech rise. And really, very well, good research for me, the New York Times, the Irish Times published an article last week, I think it was, about the rise of the tech sector in Belfast. So I'm just going to hit some key points to start our conversation, or to frame it on a post-pandemic world, and then introduce our panelists. So basically now, more than a quarter of all available jobs in Belfast are tech-related, compared to 10% in 2018. These figures were compiled by the Digital Economy Council, which advises the UK government. Belfast was named a tech hub to watch by Tech Nation early this year due to a high proportion of early stage startup companies. As well as indigenous startups, Belfast is increasingly home to large US tech companies, which are all vying for talent. And according to Dr. George Windsor, head of insights at Tech Nation, the challenge over the next few years will be ensuring whether there's enough tech workers to take on these jobs to help the industry scale. So with us in Belfast is Tanya McMorrow, Delivery Director at Kainos, which delivers software and information technology solutions for public, healthcare, and financial services sector. She hails from Trinity College Dublin and Smurfit School of Business. Here in New York is Kieran Kennedy, founder of Many Mind Consulting, which brings innovative technology and electronic trading leaders. He also hails from Wambach and New York Stock Exchange and is Ulster University. Also on the panel here in New York is Gavin Kaur, Managing Director of Quark, which specializes in machine learning with a focus to solve complex business problems, technology consulting services. He hails from Google Cloud, First Derivatives, Wambach, New York Stock Exchange, Ulster, and Queens. Do you see a pattern here? Okay, great. And in Derry, Claire McGee, co-founder of Innovate Northern Ireland and the Awakening Hub. Innovate Northern Ireland supports the development of sustainable Indigenous businesses across Northern Ireland. And the newly formed, well, year-old formed Awakening Hub is an all-Ireland accelerator for women founders, which is now rolling out She Generates, an incubator for 35 Irish female founders in Ulster. Well, actually, all Ireland, excuse me. She hails from Ulster University. So ladies first, and Belfast first. We're going to go over to Tanya at Kainos. And the post-pandemic strategy of Kainos is to expand globally with a keen eye on the US market. What is Kainos doing to cultivate the right workforce in Belfast and in Northern Ireland to fuel your expansion? Tanya?
Thanks, Marianne. I guess for 35 years, Kainos has had a base in Belfast, and we've benefited massively from, I guess, a vibrant environment and a creative environment there. And it's helped us both in terms of diversity of people, but also diversity in terms of where we can take the business. So those roots in Belfast are really, really important in terms of our expansion internationally. But I think those homegrown skills that we've developed and nurtured over time and will continue to do are a real key part of our success and our success story. I guess something to really call out that's quite different about Belfast and Northern Ireland is some of the recent initiatives like the Northern Ireland Skills Initiative, where organisations that would typically compete have come together in a real collaborative way to look at how we build the digital skills for the future and set Northern Ireland and Belfast up as a digital kind of centre globally. It's really important to us. And I guess for Kainos, we're still going to engage with the youth and make digital an attractive career option, but also looking at the entry-level talent and looking at retraining and reskilling people through academies. I think the returners kind of network as well is quite important to us. And again, setting up digital as an option for people that are considering returning to the workforce. But also, I think, our focus going forward is on the deep tech. So intelligent automation, data, and artificial intelligence. And I think things that have already been quite well established within Northern Ireland and Belfast, some of the conferences that exist, like Beltech and AICon, they're recognised globally. They get global recognition, global speakers, and they are really a great platform to showcase what exists in Northern Ireland and again put us on the map. And I guess trying to bring all of that together, we're going to continue to nurture that home base. And we do see our expansion and the interest in Kainos, globally, as being quite fluid and the growth from there, right? But also bringing along the community. So I guess we're really excited about the future, knowing that we have this powerhouse of our Belfast digital hub.
That's excellent. And I would like to expound on 2 points and ask you directly, because I'm a New Yorker and I need to know. This intercooperation between potentially competitors coming together in which to create and to nurture a better tech environment for scaling. Can you name names of the companies who are intercooperating together, who maybe a couple of years ago probably wouldn't have worked together at the same table?
Well, within Northern Ireland, look, that would be, and it's not to say that they wouldn't work together, but I think these initiatives are really core to all those organisational growth, right? So, you've got some names even up on your board that would be like your KPMGs, your Version 1s, your Accentures, those, your EYs, those sorts of organizations coming together, to recognize that, actually this is the way forward, and building those digital skills is incredibly important. And that really strong tech ecosystem is really, really important to put Belfast properly on the map, but, to grow, I suppose, in the right way and in, a corporately responsible way as well.
So public sector coming together in which to nurture a knowledge economy is essentially the model that's happening here. That's great. And then the returners. I don't know if our American audience knows what returners mean. Can you just expound what that means, please?
So that really for us, right, I guess people have different definitions, but for us, it's people that have been out of the workforce for a period of time. And I guess the pandemic has introduced that to a lot of people's lives as a reality, right? So for us, it would be about looking at those particular groups and trying to get them, to think about digital as an option and make it attractive to them in terms of the roles that you can do. I myself, over the 10 years I've been in Kainos, have done technical roles right through to managerial roles, right through to design roles and product roles. So there's such a vast amount of roles there that people could take on or potentially be interested in. And it's about trying to, I suppose, attract them in. Some initiatives I've been involved in have been in partnership with some of our partners as well, but it's been trying to, I suppose, as way of an example, is get the female people to start thinking about data science and maybe moving into those types of roles. And we've been through a number of initiatives with the likes of Microsoft, I suppose, around getting them to think about data science roles in particular.
Wonderful. And this is for to encourage female entrepreneurship and also women getting in tech. So we'll get into that a little bit later when we talk to Claire in Derry at the Awakening Hub. But now thank you very much, Tanya. I'd like now to go to New York City and with Kieran Kennedy on our dais here. And you help small to medium tech companies scale in the US so that they can focus on building innovative solutions. What's your advice for a Northern Irish company considering entering the US market? How to pitch, how to network across the pond?
Thanks, Marianne. I think one of the things that I see with a lot of startups that I work with or medium-sized companies is you sit down and you ask the founder, specifically in the tech space, what do you do? And they struggle to actually articulate what the product does, what the company does. And they might be the best in their field. They might have a really cool solution, but they just aren't able to get that across. And many of the firms I've worked with during the COVID time, we actually sat back and we said, okay, let's get that together. Let's understand the pitch. Let's make sure the pitch is really tight. Make sure you have a 2-minute elevator pitch, but also make sure you understand how to articulate what the technology does. And I think the other thing that kind of goes along with that a lot is Northern Irish people in particular are not very good at promoting themselves. They're not, especially when you're up against an American firm as competitor. American firms and the American I guess psyche is, hey, it's very bright, it's in your face, it's there, and then many times you have these timid Belfast people come over and it's like, okay, well, we build technology, and kind of changing that into, we're awesome, we're the best at what we do, Belfast is great, and why Belfast is great, and why we have the good teams, and why we have the really good technology, and being able to get that out in front of people is kind of where you're going to differentiate yourself from a US-based business. And I think then the second key part to it is, fingers crossed, November, borders are going to open again, getting in front of people. I think a lot of firms have been happy, yes, Zoom and doing virtual things have been a nice way to keep business rolling over the last while, but there's nothing can be said to, shaking someone's hand, going for a beer, having that conversation about what do you really need. And I can say that the handful of business meetings I've had in the last 6-9 months in person, every one of them has turned into real business opportunity. It's not, people are starving for that real human connection. And so I think for many firms, it might be easy to say, hey, we're in Belfast, we can use Zoom, we can continue to use that as a crutch, as a way to, hey, Zoom is good enough. It's not. You got to get out there, you got to get in front of people, you got to shake those hands.
Exactly. I mean, New York, basically to paraphrase that, New York Minute, tell your story and tell why it's of value and what the purpose is for the person who you're pitching for the sales. And also, it's also, we need to know each other. And I think that, it's just not just coming over and saying, emptying your Rolodex. It's really walking the pavements, getting a part of the U.S. market, the New York's market, if that's your market, to really start generating true relationships. And relationships just don't happen by, oh, I was referred by somebody and here's a Zoom call. So it takes some investment, but believe me, I think as you've said that the face-to-face and building networks really do go for that line that is, signing the line that is dotted and building key business relationships.
Yeah.
That's great. So it's hard work. It's not overnight. So Gavin, it seems like you and Kieran have worked together. You've been colleagues at New York Stock Exchange and Wombat.
I consider myself very fortunate.
Great. I'm sure we'll have some stories to be told a little bit later on. That's wonderful. Just really want to talk to you about, with the significant uptick in tech sector jobs in Belfast and Northern Ireland, how important are the universities and the curriculum that is being offered now to build robust tech talent pipeline? And what is it about Belfast that attracts people pursuing tech careers? people coming to Belfast or deciding who are there in Belfast in which to pursue, to be involved in this rising tech hub?
I think at the end of the day, everything comes down to people. We've been very fortunate in terms of what we've done in Belfast. There's often a perception in Belfast that foreign companies come in because of cheap labour and because we can staff up, but that's really not the case. I mean, we go for expertise and we go for the quality of people. I mean, it comes down in many cases to the quality of the education. I mean, we benefit greatly from the fact that our education is free. I mean, that's a huge competitive advantage. So I started, I think, in First Derivatives in 1998, and from there we've always been very supported by what was then LEDU and Invest Northern Ireland in terms of promoting those relationships with the university. We've gone through a few cycles. At the New York Stock Exchange, we'd very close relationships with both Ulster and Queen's. Again, at Cowan, we went through that again. But the universities have always been very responsive. Queen's, in terms of the quality of the graduates, have always been really strong, and Ulster have always done a very, very good job of being very industry focused. We've seen a lot of really good quality graduates come out of both Queen's and Ulster over the years, and the reactiveness, they're actually getting much more proactive in terms of how they engage with the employers. We've also had support from Department of Trade and Industry in terms of making sure that there are tailored programs that address skill gaps. We probably came a little bit late to the table in terms of global competitiveness in all of Northern Ireland. But the quality of the people is always the big thing that sort of stands out. So when we go back and we're able to find the quality of graduates coming through, to Tanya's point, returners is a huge market for us. We have seen our data science team as well. We've seen many people who have taken time off to have kids come back in and join our data science team. The other returners, of course, I think maybe made possible by some of the COVID is a lot of people who had left home to go and work in London or New York, and who decided when it came down to quality of life, the quality of life back home was so strong. So at the end of the day, everything we do comes down to getting the right people.
Getting the right people, and that whole the last session on smart cities is about people-centric and designing that way out. Design thinking is the empathetic way of building a post-pandemic society. One key question: I'm a young girl in Belfast, and I want to work for you in data science. What curriculum should I take?
So traditionally in Belfast, math, physics, engineering have always been really, really strong. And you have seen a change in the profile. I mean, it used to be in the Ashby building in Queen's, it was 95% guys coming out of there. That has thankfully changed. We're fortunate to have on our team a number of folks that went through the Queen's Master of Data Science program, which has been fantastic. There have been a lot of conversion courses as well for folks who have done a primary degree and then gone and added data science to that. At the end of the day, everything comes down to math. It's that simple.
Everything comes down to math. Wonderful. I mean, so there's some initiatives, in the States where some universities are starting to create like micro accreditations to respond to the public sector's needs. Do you see that maybe being a trend happening at Queen's and Ulster, or to work together with the private sector to create these micro certificates?
The micro things that do well at filling small gaps, but really the undergrad of math, science and engineering really is one of the strongest skill sets that we have. Specifics, getting up to speed, specifically for things where we don't have exposure, where we don't have industry-specific knowledge back home in Belfast, the micro courses are pretty good. But the broad foundation stuff is really the core. The microscience will help people move fluidity for those guys who are already in the workplace But the quality of the graduates is really one of the strongest differentiations we have.
Wonderful. Thank you. So now talking about RISE, the rise of Belfast, let's talk about the rise of women post-pandemic in STEM and in finding their own businesses. So joining us from Derry is my friend Claire McGee. And just to set the scene, less than 4% of female founders secure VC funding in Ireland. Obviously, this lack of diversity in the tech sector is a major liability for innovation, growth, and sustainability. Claire, please tell us about the rise of Awakening Hub during lockdown and what you've achieved in the last year. Thanks.
Well, thanks, Marianne. So just to put it in context, when lockdown hit, to keep ourselves sane, myself and my fellow Awaken Hub founders, Mary Carty, Mary McKenna and Sinead Crowley, we had really been approached by a lot of women who, many in remote parts of Ireland, whose businesses or professional situation was in turmoil due to COVID-19. And we thought, well, what can we do to help them? So what we decided to do was revisit conversations that had stemmed at InspireFest in Dublin a few years prior. So we thought, well, how can we galvanise the female founder community across the island of Ireland and also its diaspora? So we just decided, well, let's host an event and see what happens out of that. So that's what we did in July 2020. We hosted our first Awaken Hub event, which was oversubscribed. We saw Irish female founders log in from the four corners of Ireland, from the UK, London, the US, and across Europe. And really our Awaken Hub community has blew up from there without a strategy or a plan, surprisingly. The power of digital really has enabled us to have catalytic and organic growth, reach and impact over the last 20 months. We've over 1,500 subscribers to our female Awaken Hub community. We have a growing number, 2,500 Twitter followers and a growing base on Instagram and LinkedIn. We've curated and hosted 15 oversubscribed events, and we've secured impact investment from Rethink Ireland and Ulster Bank to She Generate Accelerator Light programme, which will run across the island of Ireland, where we're inviting 35 female founders to apply. And actually the closing date for that is next week, the 8th of October. So that's open at the minute for applications, and we've only 35 spaces, and we want to hear from females across the island of Ireland, but also diaspora Irish females. So if there's anyone in the States who's interested in maybe coming back home to Ireland, we'd like to hear from them as well. So we started our mission, and really the mission is around kind of galvanising female entrepreneurs, but also about democratising the funding, the female investment piece as well. So we are parallel to that. We are looking at developing an Awaken Angels Fund, so that we set up a fund for female angels to invest in females. So we're going through the whole process of that at the minute. So kind of it's been a whirlwind 20 months. We identified a need. We just didn't realise the gap and the size of the need that was there. And on a pro bono basis, our social enterprise is trying to bridge that gap.
This is wonderful, and you did it all over Zoom. There was only a face-to-face meeting that happened in Dublin when they announced the She Generate. So that's all the time that we have, but I think that we're seeing post-pandemic an incredible rise of opportunity in Belfast, Northern Ireland, across all Ireland, and it needs to be fostered by private sector as well as investment sector, and it also needs to look at raising women to get and be very much in part of this whole cognitive diversity that we need to build smart economies and a better world. So thank you. Bye from New York, and thank you both Claire and Tanya in Ireland. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Outstanding, Mary. Outstanding team. Thank you very much. I have a couple of announcements before we introduce a video for Ulster University and our next panel. which will be speeding up the green transition, generating more electricity from renewables. It'll be chaired by my dear friend Aaron Rice, who is Chief of Staff to Senator Richard J. Cody in New Jersey, the New Jersey Senate, who is also the former governor of the state of New Jersey and swore me in when I got elected as sheriff in 2004. I'll never forget that day and his support. Aaron is also a founding member of the Irish Network of New Jersey. So with that, the Ashling Irish Community and Cultural Center is running a fundraiser for you runners. It's a 6K race. 6K. I don't know what that ends up being, but I know that a 5K is 3.1 miles, so a 6K is just a little bit. Not a problem for Marcin, but the shirts are available, and the 6Ks will run in all the boroughs on different days. So please go to, I had it here a second ago, the Ashling, boy, I had it written down. The Ashling Center, oh wait, it's on the back of the shirt, she told me. Look at that. Look at that. ashlingcenter.org. ashlingcenter.org. Go to the race, walk if you have to, that's all I would do, or drive my motorcycle, but there you go. So enjoy that, raise some money for the Ashling Center, the Community and Cultural Center, and for now, let's run the Ulster video as our panel comes up. Thank you.
Ulster University believed in me. What do you believe in?
At Ulster University, we believe in creating access to education for everyone.
The COVID-19 pandemic has been an experience for all of us, but not all in an equal way. It has really exacerbated some of the inequalities in our society. And we in the university are concerned that it's going to impact on people's funding decisions and their decisions as to whether to continue with.
We work with schools across Northern Ireland to build aspirations and create pathways to university. We're on the ground in schools every day and we see the devastating impact it's having.
Currently, over 40% of our 27,000 students present with widening access indicators such as financial hardship, care experience, as well as health issues, which can complicate and compromise successful study. Lack of finance is often the main barrier which may prevent many from going to university and seeing through their education.
We therefore want to double the number of students we support with scholarships to 1,000 over the next 5 years. Our aim is to urgently build our scholarship provision, to protect our most vulnerable students, encourage those most at risk to take the step into university, and support our most committed and talented students to reach their full potential.
There is no doubt that for many of our young people, lack of finances can be a major deterrent when it comes to making the decision of continuing with their education or going straight into a job. And I'm in no doubt that for many of our young people, progressing to university and getting a degree can transform their and their families' lives. It can be life-changing. Such scholarships could be the deciding factor in making this difference.
We know that higher education can transform lives and is one of the best vehicles to encourage social mobility, particularly from communities where there have been disadvantage over so many years. But as we face an unprecedented funding challenge, students need our help more than ever before.
Having entered the care system as a teenager and despite little or no encouragement to study, I was determined to transform mine and my children's lives. I had to juggle my study with caring for my young children, balancing study with part-time work and being a mum. Against the odds, I am now on track to transform mine and my young children's lives. It simply would not have been possible without the scholarship I received.
Do you believe in helping more students like Victoria?
So more people like me can go to university.
And me.
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 Good morning, everybody. Great to see you guys joining us in Belfast, and hello from New York. Great to be here. Would have been better to be in Belfast, but hopefully we'll be able to be together in one place very soon. So thank you for joining us for this panel, Speeding Up the Green Transition, Generating More Electricity from Renewables. We're going to try to keep the focus on electricity. There is a later panel coming up about meeting the climate change crisis. So we want to try to keep it focused on the electric here today. In Northern Ireland, much of Europe is far ahead of the United States in getting their energy from renewables, although New York is doing quite a good job. If you take it by itself, it certainly is far ahead of many of the other areas in the region, like New Jersey, where I'm from. So we'd like to just talk a little bit about how we can get ourselves moving along, and also, see Northern Ireland, like the rest of the world, move to entirely renewable as quick as possible. So I'd like to start out by asking, what is it that we can do to try to move forward a little bit more quickly? Right now, it seems that the climate crisis is viewed as something that's coming up in the future, although, as we all know, it's something that's impacting us every day and has been for a long time now. But unlike something like the COVID pandemic, which sort of came up quickly and now is obviously staying with us for a while, but happened with a sort of immediacy. The climate change crisis has been a slow boil for decades coming. So it seems like without that, direct impetus, people don't really pay attention as much as they should. So if we'd like to start with the Assemblyman.
Oh, hi. Well, thank you. I'm Assemblyman Mike Cusick. I chair the Energy Committee up in the State Assembly. And in New York, we have been moving forward. As you said, yes, we are far behind Ireland. You can't beat 90%, I think, right now. But I believe right now in New York, we're at 27% of our electricity is renewable. There are projects going on right now because the legislature acted in the last 2 years or so to speed things along, because we know how important it is. There is in the queue of probably a total of about 23% renewable added to that. So when those projects are online and are working, we'd be at 50%, hopefully very soon. But it's a lot of work. We are moving forward in New York State to reach the goals of the CLCPA, which is the Climate Leadership Community Protection Act, which the legislature put through in 2019. The governor signed it, and it sets forth many ambitious goals for New York State, including 85% reduction in greenhouse gas by 2050 and 100% zero emission by 2040. So we are, by law now, the legislature in the state of New York, we have goals that are set in statute that we have to meet. So we are doing things legislatively to try to make it easier and quicker. We have set up in the legislature the Office of Renewable Energy Siting, which hopefully helps in speeding up the process when it comes to siting many of these renewable projects. And those are the type of things we're doing in the legislative process.
Okay, and I'd like to go to Belfast and check in with Paul, who is the managing director and a member of the board of the NEI Networks, and ask you a little bit about how we can balance out the difference between subsidies possibly coming from the governmental end and pressure being put on through legislation, and the cost to the consumer, and being able to sort of balance that out. And then perhaps we can come back to Christopher and ask about how that goes on in the United States too.
Well, good afternoon, Belfast, and good morning, New York. It's great to be with you here virtually today. I suppose just to reflect on the outset on the relative success of renewable energy and renewable electricity, specifically in Northern Ireland. 15 years ago, we were as low as about 3%, and the devolved government of Northern Ireland back in 2010 put in place a new strategic energy framework, which set a target of achieving 40% by 2020. And that, what seemed at the time a very ambitious, almost impossible target, that target was achieved, and in fact achieved ahead of time. And by 2020, we were over 45%, so that now we're averaging between 45 and 50% overall electricity coming from renewables. On a good day, like today, you can see behind us, it's quite sunny, and it is actually quite breezy out there as well. So I suspect today we're up certainly over 70% and maybe close to 80% of power right now coming from renewable sources. That obviously, there is a huge amount of investment and activity had to be put in place to enable that to happen, and that all had to be paid for. But the first key step, and referring to Mike's comment about the role of the legislator, the first key step is that there's an appropriate policy framework, and that policy framework was put in place in 2010. And then following that, there was a support mechanism put in place called the NIRO, the Northern Ireland Renewable Obligation, which I suppose enabled developers to come with projects and give them enough security on income to make it viable, or ultimately pass through to the customer through the electricity bills. But I think we're at a point in time now where the life cycle cost of electricity from renewable projects, certainly onshore wind in a Northern Ireland context, should not be greater than the cost from traditional sources such as thermal generation. So I don't think it's about subsidy going forward from where we are now. I think it's about a support mechanism to give some certainty to income rather than necessarily needing to top up income. So right now the government here is looking at setting a new target for 2030, which they have said will be at least 70%, it may even be higher than that. And they're also looking at putting in place an appropriate support mechanism to make projects bankable, so there would be enough security of income. But it shouldn't necessarily cost the consumer more going forward than traditional thermal generation would, in our view, given the conditions here, certainly in the Northern Ireland context.
Thank you. And so we also have Christopher Ropp joining us he's the Director of State Regulatory Affairs for Con Edison. And I would like to ask you, so to that point, I feel like there is a bit of a tipping point where there's an investment up front that goes into a lot of these renewables, and then afterwards the costs will sort of balance out. So is that a challenge sort of where we are at this point here in the New York area?
Thanks, Aaron. There is upfront investment, obviously, and that's going to have impact on customer bills eventually. And it's not just renewables. We also have to build infrastructure to bring those renewables to our customers. So in the case of New York State and New York City, one of the key technologies is offshore wind. But obviously you have to connect that offshore wind on land and have the facilities in place to deliver the power to our customers. And so I think one of the key challenges that the state needs to take on, and they're already doing that in many ways, is to encourage that transmission to be built. Con Edison has some live proposals in front of the Public Service Commission to do just that. And we think that, ultimately that's going to make the overall cost of achieving the 70% by 2030 renewable goals that Assemblymember Cusick mentioned that are part of the CLCPA, making it possible to achieve those goals. One other element that I'd like to mention, and Assemblymember Cusick has heard us talk about this before, is right now in New York we're only allowing third-party developers to build renewables, and Con Edison has great expertise in building renewables in addition to delivering electricity to New York and Queens and the rest of, New York and Westchester. We are also the second largest owner of solar in the United States, but to this date, New York has chosen to build renewables within New York State, and we think that a change there would be great and would really help us to meet the goals more effectively if utilities could also build renewables.
Okay, that's something that maybe can come out of today's networking that could go on here.
There's a little lobbying going on.
Sure, just a little. That we wouldn't. Yeah,
you've heard it
want
already.
To say that. You may have bumped into each other today on the stage. I'd like to also go back to Belfast for a minute to David Surplus, who is the managing director of B9 Energy and has been in the field of energy for a long time. but formerly was working doing offshore gas and oil and moved into renewables 30 years ago, forming the B9 Energy Group. So, as far as this conversation, perhaps you came from, the dark side over to the light side and are fighting the good fight now. But I'd like to ask you one question about jobs. And is there a way that we should be working and looking to try to help transition the people that were working in some of the fossil fuel industries into the renewable fields?
Yes, the just transition, I think, is the buzzword for that, where you can't leave anybody behind in the transition. Oil and gas, of course, has been a big employer over the years, and we've all benefited from that in our economies and the way pension funds have grown and everything. But if now that investment is moving across into renewables, then the employment patterns need to follow, really. I mean, it's two things. It's how you develop the projects, how you manufacture the equipment, and then how you operate the installations when they're live. And the renewable sector is growing rapidly and will grow even more rapidly as the transition progresses. I mean, we've had those support mechanisms in the past, which has allowed the price points for wind energy and solar to drop right down. We've been saying how we've been cost competitive with the fossil fuel technologies. Well, I think these last few weeks have shown that the prices of fossil fuels are rising and they're likely to stay high for some time, and that therefore renewables are cheaper. And that will just stimulate the investment to be divested from oil and gas and move across into renewables all the faster. And it means that the factories will have to then look at their production schedules. They'll realize that they just don't have enough product to meet the demand in the market, and they'll need to increase the capacity. And that would be done, if it is to be a just transition, in those countries which don't already have those manufacturing bases there, so that they try and spread it around the planet a bit more. The jobs are easily transferable, as I did myself 30 years ago. Multidiscipline engineering skills, they transfer across very easily. And it's really a case of some of the incumbent employers looking at changing their product range. If they're making components, start making components for renewables instead of other things.
Great, thank you. And I'd like to go next back to New York, back to the Assemblyman, and just ask you, one of the important things that comes up in the conversation about renewables is environmental justice. So is there a certain thing we should be paying attention to as far as making sure that the communities that are benefiting from the electricity are also some of the communities that are benefiting from the jobs?
Absolutely, and environmental justice has always been a focus in the state legislature, even before the accelerated talks on renewables, and it's something that was focused on in the CLCPA that I referenced earlier. In the legislation, there is a number of 35% of the benefits are to be directed to environmental justice communities and communities with a need. I think also, too, as we are basically rebuilding in New York, and we're going down the renewable pathway, it is a chance for us to make sure that we do focus on those communities, but also don't create new communities that are left out of this process of renewables, and it is a great start for the state to make sure that we are cognizant of that and the different needs of different communities, and that there is justice throughout the state when we do start with our renewable plans in earnest.
Thank you. Back to Belfast quickly. See, with Paul, have you had experience over the time of while you were trying to work on placing sort of installations of renewables? a situation where communities are fighting back against having these facilities in your area. It's something that we do deal with in this area a lot of times, specifically with offshore wind or any type of wind. A lot of times the communities will be fighting against having these facilities in their areas. So is there a way that you've worked to overcome those challenges?
Certainly, community engagement and community acceptance is a very important part of progressing renewables. Our specific role in our organisation is to develop the electricity network to connect renewables. We've seen some challenges in that area in terms of particularly putting in place overhead lines to connect up to wind farms. Some of the wind farms themselves have also been challenging. I think it's critical that we have a robust planning framework and a planning process so that there is a process by which community interests and any other people who have an interest are impacted by a project get the opportunity to have their say in relation to that, and that there's very clear and exacting standards in place around such project development that are sensitive to the environment, sensitive to biodiversity, and so on. And I think we have all of that in Northern Ireland. We have a quite robust process. I think the planning process probably takes longer than we would like at times, and there's a frustration that sometimes it takes a long time to get decisions through the system, but it is a robust process that does allow all views to be taken on board. I would make one point in relation to participation and benefit, because I think if communities can participate or benefit from the projects, then it'll be much easier for them to accept the projects. And when Northern Ireland started this journey 15 years ago or so, we had a handful of power generators. We had 3 main thermal generators and a very small number of others. Today we have about 23,000 producers of electricity in Northern Ireland. So we've seen a huge participation of individual landowners, homeowners with putting solar PV on their roofs or whatever. So that participation and involvement, I think, helps to break down the resistance. If people, both individual landowners and homeowners can benefit and wider communities can benefit from a project, then it's going to be much easier for them to accept the impact, I guess, whether that's visual or amenity impact from having physical infrastructure in their location. So it is a challenge. I think it's one the industry needs to be very sensitive to. We need to engage and be proactive in how we engage with people. We need to take every possible step we can to mitigate the impact on the environment and on communities. And we need to enable communities to be involved and participate and benefit from the projects in their areas as well.
And back here to New York, Christopher, I just wanted to ask you to the same point. Do you think things have gotten better over time or worse? Has the community been more willing to embrace these kind of projects?
So in our service territory, which is highly urban and where land prices are high, we don't see it's not really feasible to do large-scale renewables. What we do see being popular are customer-sited renewables, so putting solar on residential and commercial buildings. That's been very popular, and I would say rarely faces opposition. It's just kind of invisible to most people's eyes, and so people aren't so concerned about that. The big I would say kind of an environmental justice focus in our area has been what we can do to help peaker plants that are fired with natural gas are often co-located in disadvantaged communities and are often the source of harmful emissions. What can we do to get those facilities to retire or to repower? And one thing that Con Edison has pushed forward very successfully with the support of the state is building transmission that can allow those peaker plants to retire while still maintaining electric reliability. And that's also been building that transmission has been supported pretty widely within the environmental justice community. I will say, in contrast with what Paul mentioned, in New York City, our transmission lines are underground. And that makes it a lot easier to, not totally easy, but a lot easier to site them. The fact that there's no, impact on the view.
Huge advantage.
Yep. It's more expensive, but it's what our customers and what our regulator want. So
Sure. And certainly to the point of resiliency as well.
Yep.
So if we'd like to wrap up, I'd like to go to Belfast first and just ask each of you, just for our last 30 seconds, if you would, on what you think is coming up next. What's the most exciting thing you're seeing on the horizon? We'd like to start with David.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we're starting to be a victim of our own success now with so much wind on the system that the system operator has to switch the turbines off occasionally. In fact, it's 14.8% was the results for 2020. We then need to keep them going, so we need the load, so we need to make hydrogen and put the hydrogen into the gas networks. These are all the things which we'll now have to proceed towards.
Thank you.
I would say from my perspective, the most exciting opportunity really is, yes, we need more renewable electricity, but the exciting opportunity is what we use that renewable electricity for. In a Northern Ireland context, we use about £2 billion worth of imported fossil fuels each year. A recent study actually undertaken by one of your sponsors today, KPMG, showed that through electrification, through the use of green electricity displacing fossil fuels in heat and transport, we can displace £1.4 billion per annum of that. We can stimulate £10 billion of investment over the next 2 decades, and we can create over 5,000 sustainable jobs. So the exciting opportunity for me is not only to address the environmental issues through green electricity and more renewables, but also to grow and stimulate the economy and help take fossil fuels out of heat and transport and other parts of the economy as well.
Thank you.
I'll let you go.
Sure. So kind of echoing what Paul just said, I think the most exciting things happening for us are on the customer side. We have large programs to develop EV chargers in our service territory, and that'll allow the elimination or the reduction of fossil fuel use in transportation. And we have clean heating programs, which will provide incentives for customers to convert their heating systems from fuel oil or natural gas to electricity. And with both of those programs, going back to the discussion of disadvantaged communities, we have goals associated with them to make sure that there are chargers available to customers in disadvantaged communities, and that those heat pumps are also being adopted within disadvantaged communities, because access to clean energy should be something that all of our customers have, and not just the customers who can afford it today.
Thank you.
Yes, overall, I'm excited about the future, particularly in New York. As we mentioned at the beginning of this panel, we are only at 27% renewable, so we have a lot of work to do, which is good for many of us because it's exciting times. Every day there's a different technology, a different type of renewable. It's exciting for not only to help with climate change, but it's exciting to see New York moving in a different direction and growing. And so there are different technologies, particularly we're looking at now in the state legislature some legislation on green hydrogen. That's something that we can explore in the state of New York. As Chris was mentioned, there's much excitement in our committee about EV stations and giving people access to electric vehicles and charging stations. So overall, just the fact that we have these deadlines that we have to meet and these guidelines that we have to meet by the CLCPA is exciting for us because it's going to be a new adventure for New York.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you. I'm interested in the green hydrogen legislation.
Can we have another round of applause for Aaron Rice, Chief of Staff of Senator Cody over in New Jersey. Please thank Mike Cusick, who's also the President of the American Irish Legislative Society in Albany as well. So, Senator Cusick, Christopher Robb from Con Ed, Paul Stapleton of NI Networks in Belfast, and David Surplus as well, B9 Energy. They are, Mike, you won't be surprised here, they're going to try and set up a Irish-American caucus in the legislature over in New Jersey, so no doubt they'll be looking for assistance. We're threatening to send over Assemblyman Fitzpatrick to knock them into shape first, so A big welcome as well for Assemblyman Mike Fitzpatrick. He's also a linchpin of the American Irish legislators. A couple of other quick notices, and we're going to give you a short break. Sandra Feeney Charles is here from the Iceland Irish Centre up in the Yonkers. She'll stand up. Which is a wonderful centre, celebrating 25 years. Shauna McGrath is over here selling jerseys and registering for the 6K. But also, they do have a buy a brick campaign, so there's a little bit of money in the room, Shauna, so maybe people before they go to lunch will go over and cross our palm with silver. So please support the Iceland Irish Centre. We're going to have a very short break. I've spoken to headquarters. They said you can have 5 minutes, and then we're going to come back at 11 with Debbie Cobb. So enjoy a quick break, and 11 o'clock we're back on. Thank you. Thank you, folks.
This is County Down of Hinch Distillery. From the incredible beauty of the Mourne Mountains to our sweeping coastline, we are proud to call County Down our home and our inspiration. Hinch whiskies are inspired by the distilling traditions and skills exchanged over the centuries during the ebb and flow of Gaelic peoples across the Irish Sea. The distillery's water source flows from the stunning Silent Valley, positioned high in the Mourne Mountains. Isolated and untouched by modern development, water as pure as it can be. County Down is one of the 9 counties of Ulster and one of the most diverse, beautiful and historic on the whole island of Ireland. Down has a strong distilling history, and from the late 18th to early 20th century was home to 7 whisky-producing distilleries. Our distillery was designed with boldness in mind, with a distillery team full of character, innovative spirit and ambition to help shape Ireland's distilling landscape. This is Hinch Distillery. Distilled by the bold, character is everything.
That was a fast 5 minutes, and to all of you that are logging in remotely, overseas, over in Belfast and Mexico and everywhere else, welcome back. And to those that are here, thank you. Let's settle back in. It really is great to talk to everybody and see everybody here. It seems like it's been way, way, way too long. So our next group is Sustainable Cities. Can Belfast and New York meet the climate change challenge? Our chair is Debbie Caldwell, the climate commissioner from Belfast City Council, Belfast. And Commissioner, I can't wait to get back to Belfast. So make sure the climate is nice and clear. Make sure that Daniel Drum's electric buses end up in Belfast as well. I'm looking forward to this session. Take it away.
Great. Well, you know we can't guarantee the weather here in Belfast, but we do have a really lovely sunny day today. A very warm welcome to our audiences in New York and Belfast for this panel discussion on sustainable cities. So I'm joined here today by Kevin McCabe, the Chief Resilience Officer for the New York State Battery Park City Authority, Jill Robb, Managing Director of Origin Digital, Russell Smith, Corporate Finance Partner for KPMG Ireland, and Gráinne Long, CEO of Northern Ireland Housing Executive. So, can Belfast and New York meet the climate change challenge? We know we can't ignore it any longer. Our summers are getting hotter and drier, our winters are getting warmer and wetter, we're getting more and more extreme weather events coming all the time. So how can cities prepare for this new reality? And what role are cities going to play in bringing down these emissions and reaching these net zero targets? Kevin, perhaps you can get us started. You're seeing the effects of climate change on a day-to-day basis. Can you tell us a bit about these extreme weather events and how they've affected Battery Park City and what you're doing to combat it?
Absolutely. Thank you, Debbie. Good afternoon, Belfast. Greetings, everyone here in New York. I think it may be helpful if I just provide a bit of context as to what the Battery Park City Authority does. It was created by the state legislature in 1969 to manage and create the neighborhood of Battery Park City on the Lower West Side of Manhattan. So, just put it in context, 40 years ago, the neighborhood simply didn't exist. Since then, it's been developed in accordance with a master plan with mixed use of commercial, residential, and open park spaces, including 36 acres of parks. So as of today, everything is built out. And as it pertains to today's discussion, our strategies are twofold. One, we have an aggressive capital plan in place to build resiliency projects to protect the neighborhood and community from rising storm surge and rising sea levels, which will integrate a variety of flood barriers into the existing community. Secondly, our objective is to be a leader in global sustainability. How do we do that? Last year, we developed a sustainability plan to achieve carbon net neutrality by 2050. So that's another initiative which we're currently in the books for. But of course, given our proximity to the water, this is first and foremost on our mind, and we're happy to be in the midst of our capital projects at this moment, with the first of which to be finalized this coming fall. So a lot on our plate, but we're ready for the challenge. Thanks.
Kevin, thanks. That's really, really interesting. Sounds like there's a huge amount to be done there, and there's a lot that we can learn from you. Gráinne, I want to come to you now because I want to talk a bit about housing. Housing in many ways is like probably one of the toughest nuts to crack in terms of bringing down emissions. Just how difficult is it going to be to green our housing, and how can we make our homes more efficient?
Well, I mean, housing certainly is and has a massive impact in terms of CO2 emissions currently. And the Northern Ireland Housing Executive is the strategic housing authority for Northern Ireland. We were set up 50 years ago as the first major housing authority in the UK. And just to give you a sense of the scale, an 85,000 home landlord, so 85,000 homes in our management, but actually much more broadly than that, we're the Home Energy Conservation Authority for Northern Ireland. So the decisions that we take affect 1 in 10 people live in our homes, but actually about a quarter of the population are our customers. So whether it's through housing benefit or home energy conservation work and a whole range of other services. So I'm very conscious the decisions that we take will have and do have a massive impact on our CO2 emissions. We're very, very conscious actually that there's a huge amount of work to do. And as Kevin has said, and like Kevin, we're all now planning and we're all now mapping forward. How do we get to 2050? How do we get to dramatically reduce our CO2 emissions on the way to 2050? But we're also very conscious this is the decade. We're not leaving it. And every decision we take either puts us on a path towards 2050 or worse, sends us in the wrong direction. So there's a number of things that we're able to do. But just to answer your question, is housing a tough nut to crack? I mean, perhaps I would say this as a housing professional, but no is the answer. Because, good housing management, good housing design, good housing building, that's what we do. So really what I'm doing at the Housing Executive, and I'm pleased to say, even though I've recently joined, the work was well underway before I started. We are already fully aware of what needs to happen, both in terms of how we manage our homes, how we retrofit our homes, how we educate tenants in our homes in terms of how they use the functionality of the buildings. But we also know that we've big decisions ahead about what we build. So everything that we build today that's not net zero is adding to the problem. Makes no environmental sense, but actually makes no financial sense either, because anything that we build that's not net zero, we will be retrofitting in the lifetime, well within the lifetime of this home. So from a purely financial point of view, it makes no sense to be building housing that's not net zero at this point. So we've mapped out the costs, for example, to Northern Ireland of getting all of our to SAP Band B, to SAP Band B, which just relatively speaking is what new build housing is currently built to, relatively speaking. So we know the cost of doing that. But probably most importantly for today's discussion, we've started doing the work. So we will retrofit about 2,700 homes this year, next year, and the year after. And that will make a big impact, because it allows us, in doing that work, Debbie, to start to understand what retrofit looks like in Belfast and in Northern Ireland, given the construction type of our homes. Until we get in there and we get literally under the skin of the buildings, we won't know exactly what needs to happen. And getting the sequence right, anybody who understands buildings will know, in fact, any of us who live in a home and think about work we have to do to our home, it's getting the sequence right makes all the difference. So jumping in too quickly, you could end up doing the wrong work in the wrong way. And actually, so there's a huge amount of work to be done in terms of mapping that forward. So I'm delighted to say we're on it. We have a plan, we have a strategy. Ironically, I don't think the cost is the major challenge. Because when you look at the net effects, first of all, we know how much it's going to cost. Secondly, we know the financial instruments that we need. The technology is there. The industry, I think, will be ready. I think there's issues in relation to skills, capacity and training. There's no question about that. But really it comes down to will. Do we want to do this? And are we prepared to now bend and shape every decision that we take? And that's what we're talking about, like real transformative thinking in terms of the homes that we live in. But fundamentally, the reason I'm most excited about this is not just the economic effects that it will have, and it will do, and it will create jobs, and it will give us a really skilled workforce fit for the future. But actually, it's the effect that it has on people's homes. So I went up to North Belfast. Any of you who want to come and join me in North Belfast for a visit, I'd be pleased to bring you up. And what we're doing up there with our tenants, and it is with the tenants, in terms of retrofitting homes, and making them warmer, putting cladding, putting a wrap around the home, insulation, insulating our roofs, doing all of that good work, good housing, good old-fashioned housing work. But actually what we're really doing is making homes much, much warmer, much, much quieter, much nicer to live in. And actually what I've also found when we went up was how much happier the tenants were. So, this is not just an environmental challenge. This is about mental health. This is about space. It's about light. It's about heat. So if we get all of that right, I think we're creating a much better future. So yeah. I'm very optimistic about what we could do. It's a huge challenge, but really the thing is, are we going to do it in this decade or are we not? And I think we all know we've no choice.
Yeah. And it's a win-win really for the tenants in terms of costs and heating. And it's fantastic to see that level of leadership going on within the housing exec and those changes that are on the landscape is really, really fantastic. I just want to come to the business community now, because Russell, you're working with businesses all the time. Can you give us a bit of insight into how businesses are adjusting to this new reality?
Yeah, sure. Ultimately, a lot of businesses are going to have the same destination they want to get to, a net zero business, sustainable. The journey they go on will be very different. And we certainly have some businesses where climate is actually an existential threat. And those businesses have to transition very quickly and very fast. A good example is a client we work with, very famous Irish company, Bord na Móna. And Bord na Móna historically is a peat extraction company. It extracted peat across Ireland and burnt it for thermal power. In a net zero world, that's incompatible. And they have had to transition, and we've supported them transitioning to now be a climate solutions company for Ireland. And they're now one of the largest wind developers in the country. So, and rehabilitating the bogs. So that's, you know, at one end of the extreme. At the other end, you've got companies that are going to be on a much longer journey, of which, you know, the pressure is not be as intense, and they're going to go on a more gradual path. Ultimately, though, companies have two ways to look at this. They can look at it as a threat and a risk, and trying to just avoid cost and fines and regulation. The other way, though, is to look at this as an opportunity and actually look at this and say, the world's changing, consumer demand is changing. If we can change with it, if we can position ourselves to be at the forefront of that and give people what they want, which is sustainable products and healthier life, then we can actually create very valuable growth opportunities for our business. So it's going to be different for every business, but we hope people look at this as an opportunity.
Yeah. And how, do you see a variation between the sort of big and small businesses, and how do you see that working?
Yeah, like interestingly, legislation, certainly at European level, is primarily focused on larger corporates at the moment, the PLCs and the large entities. However, what has surprised us is how this is an issue that is impacting everyone. So forget about legislation. If you're a large corporate, if you want to decarbonize, the only way to do that is if you can work with your supply chain. Your Scope 3 emissions will only come down if the suppliers who are bringing your food, who are manufacturing your products, go with you. And so what we're seeing is the large corporates are having regulatory pressure on them, but they're then bringing and pushing down or trying to bring their suppliers on this journey. And so we have very small companies, which on the face of it have no regulatory burden to do anything, are now wanting or beginning to go on this journey. And that's what's really exciting. There's just that momentum building.
Yeah, that's great to see. Jill, I want to bring you in now, because I know in your experience, you're working with in the digital marketing space, and you work with a lot of smaller companies. And I wonder if you could tell us a bit about the challenges for a smaller business in having to kind of meet some of these supply chain kind of requirements from the bigger companies.
Yeah, sure. Some of the businesses that we work with and some of our clients are actually large corporates as well. So a lot of banks, a lot of fintechs, a lot of insurtechs in North America in particular. We are under a degree of pressure, as you mentioned, from some of our clients, banks within the UK in particular, actually, that have that regulatory pressure in themselves, whereby we as a smaller business have environmental policies and so on to put in place. However, there is pressure building, I think, and there's momentum building amongst our staff, quite interestingly. So if you bear in mind, there's been a large growth in digital businesses in Northern Ireland, in particular in cybersecurity, in the sort of digital and web space in general. And a huge degree that's had a huge impact on the local economy. It's continually growing, and those guys are recruiting more and more younger staff. I know it because they speak in a language sometimes that I don't even understand, and I have to realise that I have 20 years on them at times. But those are the guys that are actually putting pressure on myself and my two business partners as business leaders as to what, not just about the culture of the business, but what do we stand for fundamentally. So the younger generation coming up is putting that type of cultural demand on business owners and small business owners, themselves. We have taken a number of measures ourselves to do that. There's no legal measures that we have to take, but we, as a result of that, and to feel like we are doing something, are taking steps ourselves. So we actually implemented working from home policies, which was accelerated by the pandemic. Don't get me wrong, that really did help accelerate that, and I think it has across the board. But we've also made the choice to move to electric vehicles as well, to try and reduce that. We're looking at how we can save energy within the office. Our head of US is actually working remotely at the moment, and we're not sure if we're going to actually go for an office in New York, or whether we'll go for WeWork for the time being in an area where we can control some of that environmental pressure. But we do find that more and more across smaller businesses, there is that pressure sort of locally, pressure from the younger audience. But we are finding that actually collaboratively there is a want amongst business leaders across the board to do that. I sit on a charitable board within Belfast, and actually they recently changed, fundamentally how they score themselves in their scorecards, and the climate impact is in there as well, and their carbon neutrality is in there as part of their scorecard. So it is something that right the way across the board, third sector as well, are very behind. And I think it's just really important that small businesses have the tools at hand as well as corporates to really help them understand how to do that, because I think that's the one challenge that we do have when there isn't the legality, the legal aspect there for smaller businesses. How can we arm them to help themselves and move that forward? And I think that's really, really important to help us move forward.
Thanks very much, Jill. Kevin, I want to go back to you. Are you finding, is your experience quite similar with the small businesses and the bigger businesses that you're working with in New York? And are there any tools that you're using there to kind of help your smaller businesses at all?
You know what, I will speak to actually the residential component of that. We're currently underway of a building inventory to gather the current systems and information from what current residential buildings are utilizing, so as to Grania's point, identifying retrofit opportunities. And we're really seeing that there's an interest in understanding where funding opportunities can be made available and where to prioritize certain projects. So to that note, we're really serving as a facilitator to connect our residential buildings with various New York State agencies who provide the funding and expertise for those initiatives.
And are you finding that there is a lot of finance available to support what you're doing?
Fortunately, with the state, there are various agencies who specialize in this, so we are seeing the number of grants and programs increase over time. It's hard to assess at this time, given the fact that the known number is not yet identified.
Thanks, Kevin. Russell, perhaps you could tell us a bit about, I know you worked on the kind of finance issue quite a lot. Can you just kind of map out the scale of the challenge in terms of financing net zero here in Northern Ireland and Ireland?
Yeah, like if you look at a macro perspective, first of all, we have COP26 coming up very shortly in Glasgow, and one of the aims is to mobilise capital, and they're looking to mobilise 100 billion a year for at least a decade, and that's only going to be part of the money that's going to be needed. So that gives you an idea on the global sense, the quantum. Luckily, the Belfast number is slightly more modest, but it's still a big challenge and a big number. We recently commissioned and published a report on behalf of NIE, our electricity grid sort of operator, and one of the pieces we looked at electrification. So one of the big decarbonisation technologies is going to be the electrification of heating in the homes, electrification of transport, etc. And our calculations were that over the next sort of 10 to 15 years, Northern Ireland is going to have to spend around 9.6 billion on that transformation. A lot of that's in building out more renewable energy, so more wind and solar and offshore. A lot on the retrofit of houses, a lot on the infrastructure to support that, the EV chargers and those sort of pieces. On my earlier answer, I talked though about opportunity, and you could look at that as being a cost and a burden of 10 billion of spending. However, when we looked at it, that's investment which is going to stimulate jobs. That's going to stimulate more than 5,000 long-term jobs. It's going to have knock-on benefits, and we calculated what's called the GVA, the gross value add of that investment is going to be nearly 20 billion in Northern Ireland. So it's going to be an economic stimulant, and we have to again look at the opportunity of the fundamental change of the fabric of our infrastructure and the jobs that it can create and the opportunities.
Fantastic to see that there's going to be so many jobs created. Grania, what about the housing supply chain? Do you see a lot of new jobs coming in that chain, in these new sort of learning these new techniques to build these net zero homes and retrofit homes? And are you working with those supply chains now? Are you finding it quite difficult to find those skills, or are they there already?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose this is really challenging, but I suppose challenging because we're trying to solve what is ultimately, as Russell has said, has the potential to be a real economic multiplier for not just for Belfast, but for Northern Ireland and more broadly. I mean, the economics are really well known, and I suppose one of the documents I look to on a regular basis is Sir Nicholas Stern and Joseph Stiglitz wrote an excellent piece in the middle of COVID, after the pandemic hit, on where are the growth levers, the stimulus that you can put your hand to really quickly. And they looked globally at all of the stimulus that came about following the global financial crash. And time and again, they kept coming back to retrofitting our homes, investing in our homes, because when you think about it, it's an opportunity to integrate a number of systems together. So while I'm interested in buildings and the fabric of homes, I'm also interested in what goes into the homes. So I'm interested in how we integrate our buildings with our energy systems, with our transport systems. So if we do this right, we have a real opportunity to create jobs, not just in the construction sector, but also to retrain and reskill. We know that fossil fuel is an obsolete technology, and there are many, many thousands of people working in that industry that will now need to reskill and retrain. So actually, how do we ensure that there's net growth in jobs? It's not about losing jobs, but it's about gaining jobs. So there's a lot of work needs to be done across that industry to enable us to, as I say, to yield that growth. But going beyond that, how we integrate energy with buildings more, and how we integrate transport and so on. And so, the work that I'm doing and the work that we're doing in the Housing Executive, thinking about the homes for the future, how we ensure resilience across all of those systems, and I include water in that too. So we've got a lot of work to do, I think, in terms of understanding what skills are going to be needed, how we grow our own talent. And organisations of our size, I think, have a real responsibility now to be thinking, what are the differences that, as Jill said, what are the differences that we can take? I'm very conscious 3,200 people work in my organisation, and every journey that we take in a fossil fuel powered car or van, and there are many, many, we have to take decisions to ensure that we do that as efficiently as possible to enable that transition. But I say this on a regular basis, if my organisation, alongside with the local health authority, alongside with the local transport authority and the harbour and education institutions, if we did that transition together, imagine the number of journeys we could reduce if we began to think, how would you do that transition in one, in parallel? And in a city like Belfast, a place-based approach to transition would really work. So that's why I'm really excited about the work that you do, Debbie, because it is really about bringing together the city and saying, what are the steps we can take in alignment, and putting pressure on organisations like mine to go faster and to make those decisions. So that, I think that's really important. To answer your point in relation to jobs, I think this really is where, we need to be sitting down with education institutions and saying, right, what do we need? What's coming forward? And how do we grow our own talent? And we will really regret if we're all sitting here in 10 years' time and we can't point to the growth and point to what the benefit has been for our education system. So that has to be the challenge. I think there's a risk we become so busy in our own industries and with our own technology that we don't think, hold on a minute, how are we growing our talent here as well? So it's kind of constantly, I think, a challenge for us all.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're getting to the end of our session here. I've just got time for one. I just want to ask Jill one final question, and I've saved my hardest question for last. And I just want to ask you, how do we, it's about greenwashing, because a lot of businesses are saying, talking the talk, but are they all walking the walk? And how do we know, how would I know as a consumer whether this is just greenwashing or this business means, it's really serious about its commitments?
Yeah, it's something that's very prevalent within a number of industries that I work within, and it's a big topic. And I think that ultimately it comes down to where's the evidence, and we're very keen that is upheld. So when you look at organisations that are investing, when you look at organisations that are saying that they're taking steps, and there should be evidence behind that. And there's a number of tool sets out there that allow people to measure that, either on a financial level, but if I consider even from my perspective, as one of the owners of an SME, we are taking steps to do that. And there's a local agency called Business in the Community that have actually produced a great sort of climate hub for smaller businesses to use. And I personally have been using that myself to try and understand how, what is our carbon footprint. And similar to Grania, we have noticed that just the pandemic itself, the reduction in commuting into the office, has reduced that carbon footprint by around about 60 to 70% already, just in a reduction in journeys to the office. But we can then use that as evidence towards us making that change and that step towards becoming more aware of the climate and more aware of our impact. and towards our carbon neutrality. So, the point is really, if you're saying it, there has to be evidence to back that up, and there has to be some form of measurement that is taking place to avoid you being classified as greenwashing.
Okay, thanks very much. That's all we've got time for, folks. I want to just give a big thank you to all the panel here and hand back to the studio in New York. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Marcin.
State. And one year, because Tom beats at the conference every year, I thought I would take a break and maybe not bother him. And I got an angry missive saying, why am I being dropped from New York to Belfast? So we never drop Tom DiNapoli. He's always ready to support us, to stand by us. And he's been doing that in the most practical way of all, by investing the funds of New York State's public workers in startups, in early stage companies back in Belfast, in the north and in the border counties. Thankfully, he's received a return from that, not only in terms of shoring up the peace process by creating jobs, but also a return for the pension fund holders here in New York. He has signed the biggest ever check to a capital investment fund for $13 million of Crescent Capital, who we heard from earlier, and he's always looking for more opportunities. So no New York, New Belfast conference would be complete without welcoming the Comptroller of New York State, Tom DiNapoli.
Hello, this is New York State Comptroller Tom DiNapoli. It is once again my pleasure to join the New York New Belfast Conference, a celebration of two great cities with an enduring connection, linked in the past and the present. I commend Marcin O'Mulier for his extraordinary leadership in bringing this annual conference together, again under difficult circumstances. This conference, which began as his brainchild, is an important part of spotlighting and strengthening that bond between New York City and Belfast. I'm proud to take part. The COVID-19 pandemic has created a serious public health crisis, and the economic impact on our two cities will likely last a long time to come. The good news is New York and Belfast have a long history of standing together during challenging times. And the past few months have provided many economic bright spots, a stark contrast to where we were in 2020 when New York City became the epicenter of the pandemic in the United States. Now hope is rising as vaccination rates climb, capacity limitations are rolled back, and federal relief and stimulus funds make their way through the region. The road back will take time and will likely include bumps along the way. New York City faces a number of uncertainties which are likely to continue to create challenges as we emerge from the pandemic. My recent analysis of the city's budget urged financial planners to carefully balance the city's planned expansion of services with the ability to fund high-quality services in the future. Setting aside resources in reserves to address unexpected fiscal challenges, including new spending, will help keep the city a desired location for residents and create economic opportunity for all. On the statewide level, we've seen local government sales tax collections grow by more than 15% in August from the same period in 2020, making it the 5th consecutive month that collections exceeded 2020 results. Local collections totaled more than $1.5 billion, up nearly $204 million from August of last year. As many of you know, New York State has had a long-standing interest in Northern Ireland, going back over 30 years to our adoption of our Northern Ireland Investment Law, better known as the McBride Principles Law. It had a profound effect on corporate America, on the British government, and most importantly, on the ground in Northern Ireland. As state controller, I've been proud to play a role in promoting the North's continued economic and social progress. During my time as controller, I have had the privilege to visit Northern Ireland 3 times. On each visit, I met the leaders and the people of the North, and I saw the energy and the drive to build a stronger community and a more vibrant, diversified economy. Our New York State Common Retirement Fund currently has hundreds of millions of dollars invested in Ireland, North and South. I'm pleased that we continue to allocate monies to private equity funds that specifically target investment in Northern Ireland. The New York Pension Fund's investments in Northern Ireland are what I refer to as our double bottom line strategy, doing well for our pensioners while doing something good. Here's some more good news. The New York State Common Retirement Fund's estimated overall investment return was 33.55% for the state fiscal year that ended March 31st, 2021. This reflected the financial market's dramatic rebound from lows reached during the COVID-19 pandemic. The return on investments increased the fund's value to an estimated $254.8 billion. The state pension fund rode the market rebound from the depths of the pandemic and enjoyed the largest one-year investment return in our history. This outsized return reinforced the fund's position as one of the strongest in the nation. I'm extremely proud of the work our investment managers and officers did through the ups and downs of the past 19 months. Thanks to them, the fund weathered the storm and came out even stronger than before. Over the years, we in New York have stuck by you and worked with you, trying to get more investment in Northern Ireland to build the peace and sustain it. And now, in this critical time, we will remain squarely in your corner. We are in this together, and I am hopeful the worst is behind us. I look forward to building upon our partnership and growing our economies together. We will continue to plant the seeds of investment in the economy of the future that will help support and sustain all of Northern Ireland. Despite the political and economic uncertainty that lies ahead, I truly believe that the long-term future remains bright for Belfast, for Northern Ireland, and for New York. The challenges of Brexit are great, and the people of the north of Ireland did not ask to be cast out of the European Union. Still, I'm heartened to see the economic boost offered by the new arrangements, which avoid a hard border on the island of Ireland and keep the North in the European single market and customs union. And proposals like the one for a Belfast-Dublin high-speed rail line are encouraging developments. The resilient people of Northern Ireland have faced enormous challenges over the last 50 years and have met them bravely and resolutely. I am supremely confident they will again. There is also no doubt that the bond between New York and Belfast is stronger than ever before. We will continue to strengthen that partnership in the years to come. Thank you.
Here at New York, New Belfast. In New York, David is the managing director of Aurora Prime Real Estate Limited in Belfast, but he's also the preeminent authority on the island in relation to the proposed high-speed rail line from Belfast to Dublin. Some people say it's from Dublin to Belfast, but it's actually from Belfast to Dublin. So please welcome David Gaffahan.
Hello, this is...
Hello, everybody, and it's great to have you all gathered together. I perhaps should first ask you all to introduce each other to yourselves. My name is David Gabbahan, and Marcin's asked me to chair today at the New York New Belfast event, which this is probably one of the most exciting projects that's ever been discussed at the New York New Belfast event. Many people accuse me of having a pipe dream of a half-hour train journey between Belfast and Dublin, but speaking to Alexandra this week just made me realise it's no pipe dream. It's just possible. And the question is only when can we get on with it? But maybe, Alexandra, you be kind enough to introduce yourself first. And thank you again for making yourself available so early in the day.
Sure. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm excited to tell you a little bit more about Brightline and what we're doing, and hear what everyone else is working on. So I'm Alexandra Levin. I head up capital formation and investor relations for Brightline. Brightline is a high-speed passenger rail
Thank you, Alexandra.
company.
That's perfect. You've just frozen on us. Okay, great. So you just frozen us. Do you want to just repeat your this vice president of?
Oh, sorry. Yes. So I head up capital formation and investor relations for Brightline.
Great. Lovely. Thank you. Next, Michael, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself briefly?
Hi there. My name is Michael George. I am originally from Belfast, Northern Ireland. I have worked in the financial markets for all my career. I ran mortgage-backed trading at Lehman Brothers. Hence my relationship with Wes Edens, who Alexander obviously would know. I was at Deutsche for 10 years, and then I was at Fortress for 10 years. I'm now working in my own boutique. For the last 3 or 4 years, we do financings and fundraisings for private equity, real estate, and infrastructure managers.
And if I'm right, Michael, you try and come back to Belfast once a year at least?
Last year was actually more than once a year because of the lockdown.
Yeah.
I had the opportunity to go back 3 or 4 times actually,
Right.
but normally it's once a year.
And Alexandra's never been to Northern Ireland or Belfast, but she's promised next year she's going to. We also have Minister Murphy. Minister, thank you very much for being available today to join this discussion. I'm going to take the license, if you're happy, to call you Connor from here on, rather than Minister. So that's great. Thank you, Connor. Connor, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much, David. I'm Conor Murphy. I'm an elected representative in the Northern Ireland Assembly. I have been since the Good Friday Agreement. I previously had a responsibility for regional development as a minister, which included the Dublin-Belfast Railway. The railway actually goes through my constituency of Newry Armagh, which is on the border between Belfast and Dublin. So I have a personal as well as a professional interest in it. I'm currently Minister for Finance in Stormont. That will run on to the end of this mandate, which ends next year. So I'm very pleased to be able to speak at the conference and looking forward to the discussion with yourself and Alexandra and Michael.
Great. So given we've got a really short period of time, maybe I could ask you, Connor, to address perhaps just that little bit more context regarding the potential for high-speed rail. In the New Decade, New Approach document, which was the basis on which the executive reformed at the beginning of last year, one of the interesting projects that was clearly identified was the potential for high-speed rail between Belfast and Dublin and Cork. Could you perhaps elaborate on Sinn Féin's position, recognising that you're the only party that represents all parts of Ireland, and therefore you can have a very sort of broad look at this major infrastructure project? And just to set the context, on the basis this project was delivered, it will be the largest infrastructure project ever delivered on the island of Ireland in modern times. So over to you, Connor.
Okay, well, David, yes, I mean, the idea of a high-speed connection, certainly between Belfast and Dublin, and I think that ambition now goes beyond that down to Cork, possibly on to Limerick, and indeed even in the north of Ireland, back into Derry, is a long-term ambition. We are a small island, which means that to use rail, particularly in relation to freight, is economically challenging because we don't have that size and scale. In global terms, we're a relatively small landmass. So you find that things like freight and other products can move more easily by road. So it is challenging to make rail financially viable. The only stretch of railway that we have in the entire island that kind of pays for itself to a certain extent is Dublin to Belfast. But it's built on the old system that was put way back in the mid-1800s when the railway line was first built. At that stage, Ireland was covered in railway lines, but unfortunately now we have lost quite a lot of that. So we do have an interest right across the entire island, because we are elected on both sides of the border, and we have a mission to be in government in the south and north. And I think that will hopefully give an added impetus to this development of this idea. But it has been long talked about, the fact that, while the roads network has improved over the years, that the rail network has been largely left neglected. And given, I suppose, the ambitions in terms of zero carbon targets that we will set ourselves alongside governments across the world, then we really need to invest in more sustainable transport. And that requires a very significant investment to make it viable, to make it an attractive public transport service. But it's certainly something that is worthy of that ambition.
Could I perhaps just ask Alexandra to join the conversation? Alexandra, we had a very interesting conversation the other day, and perhaps you could elaborate a little bit on your experience in relation to the Florida rail project that you're in. I should just mention, for the purposes of the audience, who probably have a deep understanding of the island of Ireland, but the distances from Belfast to Dublin by rail is roughly 100 miles, and from Dublin to Cork, 160. Currently, the train journeys take 2 hours, 10 minutes between Belfast and Dublin, and 2 hours, 30 minutes between Dublin and Cork. We only have 8 train journeys a day between Belfast and Dublin, and now between Dublin and Cork, it's every hour, obviously in the principal hours of the day. I think why I asked Alexandra is, Alexandra, you were telling me about the extraordinary extension you're undertaking in Florida, and also the incredible usage that's gone up, and also the significant price points. So these are all huge factors in making people switch to rail. Maybe you could elaborate, Alexandra. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to. So Brightline is a very unique company, so we have identified several markets that are really ideal for high-speed rail, Florida being one of them, the route that we have in Florida being one of them. So currently, our system in Florida runs from Miami to West Palm Beach, which is just about 70 miles. But the thesis has always been that high-speed rail works really, really well when it connects large city pairs on crowded routes that have distances that are just a little too long to drive, but a little too short to fly. So it's, 200 to 300 miles is kind of perfect for us. And so in Florida, what we're doing right now, the plan has always been to connect Miami to Orlando, which is about 235 miles apart. And it's a long drive. It's an annoying drive. It's unpredictable. The traffic is terrible. And so those are all things that work really well for us in terms of being a great high-speed rail market. We also have a line that we're building out on the West Coast that connects Los Angeles and Las Vegas. Similar characteristics. In fact, even more congested and more crowded. And it ends up being a dangerous trip if you're stuck in traffic and there are a lot of cars and trucks moving around. So those are our markets. That's what we target, and we've found that to be very successful with our customers.
And your average price point, Alexandra?
Yeah, so we will end up stabilizing. We're going to be essentially cheaper than flying, which is important for us. And frankly, even a little less expensive than driving. If you look at when you look at parking and tolls and gasoline, and there's sort of you can use a calculation for a per mile cost. So we are ramping up pricing right now. I think we'll stabilize somewhere in the could be $20, $30 sort of in the near future, which again we feel like is a very competitive price point. It probably goes up from there. For a longer distance trip, it does end up being a little longer at our stabilized prices from Miami to Orlando. It's maybe even closer to $100. But again, we feel that that's a very competitive price point when you look at, it's basically more affordable than the other options.
What's fascinating, those price points are so different from what exists in Britain, but we won't dwell on that for the purpose of the call. Michael, as a person who comes from Belfast and has experienced perhaps Brightline, or obviously you're sitting in France at the minute, so you know the TGV, how do you feel about this project as you hear about it?
So I first got to think about these city pairings when I worked at Fortress, which is who Fortress owned Brightline. And actually, Alexander, you stole my thunder. I was going to use that too far to drive, too near to fly expression. So I
You
started
can
looking
use it
at
again,
some,
Michael. Feel free.
so I started
It's
looking at
true.
some city pairings that I've actually personally experienced. The Hong Kong to Guangzhou line, which is really, really fast. And obviously in France, you've got the TGV and the Eurostar, etc. And what I think is important to remember is when you look at the financing for these things, the speed at which the train goes and the time at which you can cut the travel down really affects the end cost and the financeability of the project. So if you look at the Brightline project, for instance, one of the things when it used to be the old Florida East Coast Railway, for instance, was it goes through a lot of towns, and therefore you can't really run it at the 200 miles an hour type speeds. And Alexander, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it runs around 110 to 120 on the top side, which is a little bit
Michael,
slower.
you've just frozen on us.
Sorry.
What speed does it run at? You just frozen on us.
Around 110 to 125 at the high end.
Are we talking about miles or kilometers?
Sorry, good point. Miles. Yeah, we're US. We still do miles. And then when you compare that to the speed at which people are thinking for the HS2, for instance, between London and Birmingham, HS2 is 125 miles, and they're trying to get that done in 45 minutes, which, you hear a lot of pushback on the cost of HS2 because it's going to be quite fast. Currently, I think it's 80 to 85 minutes. So cutting that back to 45 minutes will be quite significant. And that's, David, really what you're looking at when you say 30 minutes for the 100 miles between Belfast and Dublin. I personally think that's very optimistic, and it would be expensive to get that funded. Now, David, have you froze it? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, no, I'm here. Sorry.
So I do the funding side of things, and I'm sure Connor can sort of weigh in as to how much would be available from the government. But I would
Michael,
imagine,
maybe I could just come in there because that's a very good entry point. So I suppose for all of us concerned sitting around this table, we're looking at things in an abstract. So nothing should be fixed in stone. But Marcin sort of grabbed the journalistic headlines with his extraordinary $20 billion figure, which doesn't resonate with me. But nevertheless, let's assume that this project might cost half of that. And as I heavily caveat, none of us know what it might cost, but let's just say it is. Maybe, Connor, you could give some sense of, given the significant issues that face all governments in a post-COVID world, how do you think the executive might participate in a project of this scale? Because, as I said at the outset, it is larger than anything we've looked at. And clearly, that's one of the challenges. And Michael and Alexandra are both at the sort of private end of financing. And we can talk a little bit about municipal bonds and other structures. But kind of maybe as the Minister of Finance, you could perhaps just give us some sense of the challenges that this might present.
Well, I'm actually encouraged by both Alexander and George's experience in the States, where the type of journeys which we thought that, I've been frequently on the New York to DC train and back again, but the type of journeys they're talking about are within that distance that is applicable in Ireland, which I think is encouraging. And certainly the return on that investment, if it stacks up, then I think is encouraging for us as well. I think the cost that Marcin has seized on, there was a study I think done in relation to Belfast through to Cork Limerick, which was estimated about €15 million, which may correspond to 20 million or 20 or sorry, the dollar. I'm trying to think the figure. $20 billion that Marcin has come up with might correspond to 15 million euros. But of course, we were only talking about Belfast to Dublin, and certainly the executive in the northern side of the island would have responsibility, obviously, for that in a joint project with Dublin. So we would require both governments to work together very closely to agree business plans, to agree to estimate the outcome from those and the extent of the investment that it would require from us, whether over how many years that would take, and then what the return in that would be. But I think there are a number of supporting factors for this that will encourage us to have a very serious look at this. And one is that the Belfast-Dublin corridor can be the central economic driver for the island, and we don't want the rest of the island to suffer as a consequence of that. We want to see an even development across the island, but you do need a regional driver, and certainly the Belfast-Dublin corridor is where the population is, the two major cities on the island, and a high-speed connection between them, I think, is an essential part of that, because the traffic journeys between them will become increasingly difficult as the population continues to grow on the eastern side of the island along that corridor. So I think there will be very serious consideration. There are other factors that come into play. The British government have recently announced an infrastructure bank, which we have yet to have an opportunity to engage with. I'm meeting the chair of it in the next number of weeks. So we want to see it's part of their levelling up approach under the new Conservative government. We want to see what that means, what may become available. It's targeting green growth as well, which obviously both of those criteria would apply here in Ireland. And obviously, as I say, we have that added complexity of two jurisdictions trying to deal with one infrastructure project. But we have done that before in relation to road. I just say one of the last remaining European funding programs that applies to the island post-Brexit is the Peace Plus program. And there is, I think it's 165 million euros set aside to help develop the case for this. So we have money already set aside through the European supported, which has input from ourselves, Dublin and Belfast and London. I think then that can get this study off to a good start and start to put some bones of an idea, as you know, David, that has been about for a long number of years.
Yeah, I was confessing to Alexandra that I've been working on this for 15 years and possibly a bit longer. So, but I said to Alexandra that before the age of 80, and I won't say how old I am, I want to be on that train. Maybe kind of your comments were very, very encouraging, but clearly there is going to be a finite sum that can come from the two governments. I think my understanding is that TENS monies are still available, even though Northern Ireland, sadly, has left the European Union. So I think the challenge then is to find an arrangement that works with the private sector. And I think probably it's worth touching a little bit upon that. Alexandra, you were also explaining to me clearly what you've done and what you're doing has been a private endeavour, but with a very strong partnership with government, both in relation to permitting, but also in relation to the municipal bond structure. Do you want to just elaborate a little bit more about that? And maybe, Michael, you're also familiar with this. How important has that been in terms of the partnership approach between government, private and public? So maybe,
Sure.
Alexandra, if you start and then Michael takes over. And just so you know, Connor's telling me we've got probably about 7 minutes left.
Okay, good to keep an eye on the clock. Yes, so our government partners have been fantastic. We are a private company, so we did not design this with sort of government funding in mind. That said, I think the local governments, the federal governments, everybody has been very supportive of what we're doing. They see that it clearly adds a huge economic benefit to communities. It creates jobs, it creates mobility. We provide obviously a very large environmental benefit by running our trains, and that aligns very nicely with everybody's climate goals and emission goals. So we've been very fortunate in permitting and in every other way that people have been very supportive. To touch on the municipal bond aspect, of course, the permitting is sort of more obvious, but while we have not relied on the government for any funding, they have been very supportive in giving us tax-exempt bond allocation. So what we're able to do is we're able to issue municipal bonds. They're tax-exempt bonds, which means investors don't pay taxes on the interest they earn. And you can really only do so many of them. You have to apply to the government to be allowed to do that. There's only so much allocation. And so we've received large allocations of tax exemption, and we've been able to issue, we've issued $2.7 billion of tax exempt bonds for our Florida train, and have other allocations for our West Coast train as well, which has been very helpful.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Alexandra. Michael?
So, Alexandra, maybe I have just one question before I launch in. What is for your 236 miles? What is your estimate of the total capitalization of Brightline at the moment?
Right. So it's going to be about a little over $4 billion project. So those are project costs. Obviously, there are other sort of soft costs that go into that, fees and other things that don't actually go in the ground. But that's our project cost.
So what's interesting to me, at least, is that when you're looking at the train pairs, the city pairings, Las Vegas to LA, there is no current track, so you have to get the permitting, etc. But Belfast to Dublin, there is a track, so it's very much like your East Coast Railway, your Florida East Coast, because the tracks are already there; they're in place.
No, Michael, sorry to interrupt. You would have to build a new track.
Oh,
it wouldn't work on the existing track.
Well, no, yes, that's not. Yes, the track is there, but the right of ways are. So you need to build a new track.
I think you're making a leap of faith. Forgive me.
Okay, but I just assumed that if the right of ways were there, you could just build a new track.
No.
Okay, well that's more expensive than I thought then.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to stop you, because you basically have to think again.
Okay, all right. So you couldn't use the existing.
I think without taking up too much time, I think just for simple purposes of this, in order to achieve whether it's 30 minutes or 45 minutes, you have to go down a whole new ball game. So it's a new piece of infrastructure.
Okay, that makes it more difficult, obviously, than David.
Yeah.
I'd assumed that you could use the same right of ways.
Yeah.
But
remember just one simple thing. We have a dog-legged Portadown, which if you ever looked at it on its own, you'd think, what on earth are you doing that for? And that's just the beginning. So you're taking me off track. Let's get back to your central point. Your central point is the affordability becomes fundamental to a project of this size.
Correct. So if you're looking at the 4 billion, today is a very good environment to be funding that in, given how low interest rates are. And maybe Alexander could tell me what's the coupon on your latest municipal bond in the US.
Sure. Yeah. Well, actually, I can tell you maybe more relevant is where they're actually trading right now. Obviously, prices go up and down. I would say they're right around in a 5.5% range. Again, that's tax exempt. So, if you were to issue taxable bonds, it would be a slightly different rate depending on who you're issuing them to. But it's right around 5.5.
So that would be very long-term bonds that would need to be issued, and if the cost was somewhere between, you're saying 10 billion, roughly, which sounds on the high end to me, by the way. But
so, Michael, you're taking us down a mathematical equation, which is fantastic. But Connor's told me we've only got 1 minute left. So each of you, in 25 seconds, a bit more than 1 minute, 25 seconds, how soon do you think we could see this project come to fruition? I've given you some sense of my timeline. Let's say 15 years. I'm not quite that old yet, but anyway, in terms of my 80. But Connor, put a date on it.
It's impossible. The two jurisdictions issue is hugely problematic, and we may well have one jurisdiction by the time we get the railway track built. But nonetheless, I do think if we are planning as we want to across the island for the future, we have to move ahead as quickly as we can. We have some money allocated in the European peace money to develop this project, and we need to get on with it as quickly as we possibly can.
Alexandra, you don't know this place. I'm going to ask you the question first. Realistically, from this really positive conversation today, what timeline would you say, if you were coming here to help us build this project, should we realistically think of?
I don't think I could put a better estimate than Connor did. I will say that obviously we're huge supporters of high-speed rail. We fervently believe in high-speed rail and the benefits that it brings to the community and to the environment. And so we're I have faith in you, David, that I think it's a good start.
That's made my heart lift, Alexandra. Thank you. Michael.
Well, Fortress have been at it for 10 years. And they took a old commercial track and converted it into a higher speed train track. I would say optimistically, something toward the end of this decade, breaking ground if you really wanted to go at it, and the first train running in 2035.
Beautiful. What a good note to finish on. Thank you. Connor, on your two jurisdictions point, I just make one interesting observation. I said to Alexandra, I've been working very closely with the private sector operator in Italy, Italo, and they have been utterly transformational in terms of what they've done. If the Italians can deliver high-speed rail with the chaos of their governmental structures, we surely can.
Right.
So that, Michael, I'll bank that
I think that's an
2035.
argument to continue the chaos.
I would make one further prediction. There'll be a high-speed train before from Belfast to Dublin before there's a bridge between Northern Ireland and Scotland.
Well, happily, the Prime Minister has dumped that. The Prime Minister has dumped that, so that's a good prediction. Thank you,
Yes.
everybody. And I think, Connor, we've delivered in the timescale. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
See you again soon.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Been some 18 months, huh? Well, I guess I'm going to say good afternoon. As we all know, Aer Lingus has maintained the connection between Ireland and the United States for the duration of this pandemic, with daily services from JFK, Chicago, and Boston. Now, with the easing of restrictions on both sides of the Atlantic, we are ready for you. Now, we haven't just been sitting around. We've been adding additional touches to our service. We have an enhanced service linking Belfast with Edinburgh, Leeds, Exeter, Birmingham, East Midlands, and now with our new non-stop service from Manchester to JFK, Orlando, and Barbados, the Belfast flight will connect directly to. Our latest seat sale on both sides of the Atlantic, we have examples of $359 round trip from New York to Dublin. Wow, I'd rush out and get that because it's only going to be good for sale until the 14th of October. We even have better fares out of Ireland. So we have business class seat sale fares right now. I don't even want to tell you what those prices are. We also have enhanced our frequent flyer program. So now you can pay with the Avios points, and you can also add into the Avios points from American Express and from Chase Visa card points. We now have the book with confidence, and we've kept that going. As you know, the people have had to change their journeys, their times. We used to have a fee for changing your date. We've gotten rid of that. So now, whenever you make a reservation with us, you can change it whenever you need to, and we don't charge you a fee. Okay, the transatlantic travel market, it still remains full of uncertainty. But we're planning to return to our North Atlantic gateways as soon as demand recovers. We've already begun additional services, and we put Toronto and Washington, D.C. in 2 weeks ago, and they're doing well now. And we've just announced today that we're going to be adding Newark on November 14th and Orlando on November 27th. So we're coming back. Now, remember, fully vaccinated passengers are permitted access to Ireland without any quarantine. And you can get all this information. You don't need to listen to me. You can go on to airlingus.com, and all this stuff is there and more. And we do look forward to seeing you on board. Welcome you. Now, please join me in welcoming Alison Metcalf, Vice President, USA and Canada for Tourism Ireland, who will be leading the panel on Ready for the Restart. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. But first the video from Hastings and the Grand Central Hotel in Belfast. I can't wait to visit it again.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon to my panelists sitting there in Belfast. Good afternoon from New York. As Jeff said, today's topic is about Ireland's restart and the tourism proposition, and I'm delighted to be joined by a very esteemed panel. As you've heard, tourism continues to be one of the hardest hit sectors by the COVID pandemic, and whilst uncertainty still remains, the high vaccination rates on the island of Ireland and a successful reopening during the summer months, we believe it's now the right time to hit the restart button and look forward to 2022. And some of you may have seen the new campaign that Tourism Ireland just launched in the US this week. We believe it's ready to hit the restart button for Belfast, for great things to do and see, and really getting ourselves well positioned for 2022. It's also about building consumer confidence. We see the two biggest challenges right now is building consumer confidence and obviously building air connectivity, two vital ingredients to rebuilding travel from the all-important US market. Travel demand is also changing, so understanding what travelers are looking for in a post-pandemic world is going to be critical to delivering growth. So today we're going to look at how we can build back better, and I'm delighted to be joined by a terrific panel of colleagues and experts in representing different sectors of the tourism industry. First of all, I'm going to start with Sarah Gribben. Sarah has worked with Visit Belfast and is the ambassador manager, and she's worked in tourism for the last 15 years. And her role at Visit Belfast is focused on building back a better Belfast by attracting high-profile strategic conferences that support Belfast. Also joined by Pete Boyle, entrepreneur and founder of jewellery retailer Argento and Let's Go Hydro Water Sports Park in Carryduff. Pete travelled from his hometown of Strabane many years ago to the market stalls of Belfast to sell his selection of hand-picked jewellery. And I suppose the rest is history. Quickly discovering his craft and the public's reaction to jewellery, the first Argento store opened in Belfast in '97, and there are now 24 locations across the UK and Ireland. But Pete is now turning his hand to opening visitor attractions. And I'm also delighted to be joined by Michael Morris, who's the International Sales Director from Hinch Distillery in County Down. Michael has worked in the drinks business for over 30 years and has been specifically involved in the growth of Irish whiskey for the last 20 years. And he loves travelling the world to build the Irish whiskey brand, and he's doing exactly that right now. I think Michael is joining us from Warsaw, not from County Down, so welcome. And we may be joined by Howard Hastings later on. Howard is Managing Director of Hastings Hotels, the largest family-run and independently operated hotel group, but I know he's on his way. So let's kick off and let's just get started. And I might just start, Michael, with you. As visitors look for more authentic and personalised experiences as they get back to travelling and they want their experiences to count, what are you doing at Hinch Distillery to differentiate yourselves and meet these expectations? And you might also just comment on whether COVID has changed your plans in terms of how you reimagine that visitor experience.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction and welcome to, I'm here at Warsaw Whiskey Live. Business had to come first and just shows we never stop in the whiskey business. Yes, at Hinch Distillery, it was a huge, Terry Cross, the owner, made a huge commitment to the local community. Irish whiskey's on fire around the world. It's the fastest growing spirit category in the world. And we intend to take our place in that, now exporting into 30 markets everywhere, basically. And COVID didn't slow us down. So big decision that we made was about the whole aspect of people visiting the distillery. Whiskey tourism is one of the largest and most growing areas of infrastructure in tourism. So when we built our distillery, we had two things in mind. One was to build a beautiful distillery, a production facility that would make top quality single malt. But of course, there's been millions spent on making a visitor centre that's viable, beating heart of the distillery, so that people from around the world, our American brethren and Europeans and so on, can come and see us to experience what Hinch Distillery and Hinch Whiskey is all about. COVID had its own problems, but having the distillery where we were able to showcase the distillery as a backdrop when we were talking to distributors meant that we went 2 years ago, pre-COVID, to only exporting to 5 countries around the world. We're now at 30, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here today in Warsaw.
That's great. I might just go to Sarah now. Obviously, we're here to promote leisure tourism and to get things restarted. But business tourism is obviously vital to the city coming back. And Visit Belfast has been extremely successful in attracting major global business events and conferences to the city pre-COVID. And congratulations, I know you were recently named as the best events destination in the world at the Conference and Incentive Travel Magazine Awards in London. So this sector has obviously been one of the hardest hit during the pandemic. What plans do you have in place to identify new business? Where do you see the greatest opportunities? And you might also just tell us a little bit about the Ambassador Program, how it operates, in case anybody watching or listening in today would like to participate.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on the panel this afternoon. Alison, as you say, tourism has been one of the hardest hit sectors. However, tourism really does have the ability to bounce back fast while safeguarding and creating jobs. And particularly Belfast tourism is always being creative and dynamic and resilient. And already this year, we have seen a 71.8% occupancy level within our hotels. From January to August. We've had 71 domestic cruise ship visitors in the city and 120 cruise ship visits planned for 2022. We have 65 conferences on the books for next year, going to generate 45 million for the local economy. So those are all fantastic facts and figures coming out. And I suppose, you talked about this new consumer and this new kind of traveller, and that's where Visit Belfast sees the opportunities. We've had to kind of take some time and sit back and look at what we have to offer and what the consumer wants. Booking.com said that 61% of their travellers post-COVID are saying that they want to make more sustainable choices. So rather than thinking about sustainability as a challenge, let's look at it as an opportunity. You've heard from Debbie Caldwell, our Climate Commissioner at Belfast City Council. It's not about making small steps, it's about a huge race to be globally competitive in this marketplace, and that's what Belfast is doing. So we have entered into the Global Sustainability Destination Index movement. We have also ensured that next year with Belfast City Council and our industry partners, that 50% of our industry partners will have an international accreditation in green tourism. And this means that, what visitors are looking for, you can't just have it in your marketing materials that you offer sustainability, you have to actually prove it. So, that has been really important for Visit Belfast and us as a destination. And you did mention my role as the Ambassador Programme Manager. That is a huge opportunity for us within business events and conferences and meetings coming to the city. It's our biggest sales channel. 79% of all the conferences to Belfast come through the Ambassador Programme, and we will be rebranding and relaunching that programme later this year with the support of Invest Northern Ireland, and we will be looking at our key sectors, so very much going after business events in our key economic sectors that really make sense for us, where we can win the business. And I have to say that the ambassadors have been locally focused, so they've been our local academic, medical and business leaders. However, when we come to rebrand and relaunch, we will hope to roll this out internationally. So yes, if there is anyone sitting in our audience today that either has internal staff conferences, meetings and events, or they go to industry supplier events, we're not asking you to organise the conference, just put us in touch with who we need to speak to. We have an expert team who will be able to actually deliver on the event when it comes here. So if you want to get in touch with me after the event, I would love to speak to you.
Thank you. And I think you made two very good points there. Obviously, the alignment to FDI sectors, and I know Andrea is here from West Northern Ireland. That makes absolutely total sense in terms of trying to attract events from sectors that are actively investing in the economy. And also the point about sustainability. It's really important that we address this in a serious manner. And certainly from a tourism perspective, it's a trend that's been accelerated clearly post-COVID. Is that we don't just greenwash. We need to be serious about that. And sticking with that, the topic of sustainability, Pete, I might just turn to you now as the developer now of visitor attractions. I guess a couple of points here. What are the key considerations when you're looking at a site for a new development, and just how important is the availability of sustainable green energy, because this can make or break the viability of projects, can't it?
Yes, very much so. I mean, at Let's Go Hydro, it was a kind of an accidental business that we fell into. I'm into water sports, and we bought the lake with the intention of creating a water sports facility for local kids. And then really the business developed from there. It was a new business of inflatable obstacles, and so we've grown it from there. And we've ended up this year, I think we did 110,000 visitors this year. So it's become a business now that we're really excited by. We're looking at other global models for visitor attractions, water-based visitor attractions. But at Hydro, I mean, we don't heat the water; we heat the people. So we put them in wetsuits, and so our energy bill for our 100,000 visitors is probably less than 30,000 for the whole year. So with wetsuit technology the way it is, we wrap the person, not heat the water. So we're looking at that, and obviously that makes our business profitable. If we had to spend 30% of our revenue heating the water, then that would change the whole model. It probably wouldn't be a viable business. So not only in terms of sustainability, but just in terms of profitability, it makes sense to go to low energy use outdoor projects. So we are looking at several other projects at the minute. In New Zealand, there's a model called hot baths, which is geothermal water. We don't have geothermal. We have no active volcanoes. They're erupting everywhere else. Perhaps we will get one in the near future, but geothermal on that scale is not possible in Belfast. But you are looking at then how do we how do we capture sunlight? So there's a German model which involves effectively putting swimming pools inside almost like a greenhouse with a retractable roof, so that if it gets too hot in the summer, the few days in Belfast where it might get above 25 degrees, we pull the roof back and we control the heat just by taking the roof off the building, and we then effectively swim at the outside temperature. So we're looking at, those are key considerations, not only in terms of sustainability, but in profitability. Another project we're looking at the minute is for a cable car up Cave Hill. It's very early stages. We've proposed to Belfast City Council, and we're ongoing discussions with them. Probably going from the zoo site. I think Belfast City Council and the National Trust are the main property owners on the hill, and they're very keen to look at Belfast Hills development, getting people out walking on Black Mountain, White Mountain, and really using Belfast Castle, redeveloping Belfast Castle and making it a much more attractive, tying in everything on the mountain. So hopefully the cable car gets you to the top, and then we will sell you various attractions and various methods of getting down, be it a bicycle, a tray or a cable, or once we get to the top, it'll be your choice how you get down. So really that's what we're excited about. We're really getting into that. And so sustainability is important, but I mean, sustainability equals profitability in our business, because your energy costs drop, and hopefully you have a viable business. It may mean a seasonable business. You may have to accept the seasonality of your business.
Yes, and just sticking with sort of the shift in travelers' sort of behavior and expectations as they start to travel again. And we know that visitors want to make their trips count. We know they want to spend longer away when they visit. We know certainly here in the US, there's significant pent-up demand that people are booking more than one trip. They're booking 2 trips, particularly the older demographic. They're calling it revenge tourism. They feel they've lost out. But there's no doubt about it, the US outbound market, it will recover, but for 2022, it's likely to be a smaller market. So I might go to Michael, since Howard isn't with us. Just interested in your perspective on how do you think the tourism offering in Northern Ireland needs to adapt, or what do you think we should be calling out to get greater market share, to win a bigger share of that US outbound market to Europe for Ireland, and obviously for Northern Ireland and Belfast within that?
Yeah, well, I've picked up certainly through our distributor network work in the United States that the people were crying out for somewhere to come and see, and I know that the infrastructure there would accommodate a couple of day visit as part of an island of Ireland experience. I know that previously we'd heard a lot of talk that people were coming up for a day trip, whereas really if there's something there for people to, the Americans in particular that we're talking about, could come and see, everything had to be top notch in terms of the accommodation, the infrastructure, getting around and staying and so on. That was very much part of Terry Cross's thinking when we put our visitor centre together. So the initial thought would be to have made something relatively small. But no, in the modern era, we felt that if we built it, the famous saying, build it, they will come. So consequently, we needed to have a brasserie bar. We needed to have a really good visitor tour experience, even to the extent of conference rooms and so on, and meeting areas. So we certainly feel that we have created a space at Hinch that will be adaptable for whatever the tourist market ends up being in the future, to the point where coach tours and so on, which would be quite an ambitious thing to be going after for a new business. But we have taken the decision to be ready for that. And of course, as Terry reminds us all, we've got to go and get that business. So I think that says everything about how I guess ambitious we are and positive we are about the future for visitation in Northern Ireland.
Okay, thanks for that. Just before we wrap up, I might just do a quick sort of rapid fire around all three of you. I mean, just maybe in like 30 seconds, I might start with you, Pete, first. What is the one thing you think that you as an operator of visitor attractions, or indeed, Tourism Ireland and all the agencies involved in promoting tourism to Northern Ireland, what's the one thing you think we should be doing between now and the end of the year to get people back travelling to Belfast in 2022?
I think globally it'll be the same issue. I've just come back from Germany, and the stress and the red tape of getting there and getting back and making sure all my tests were there and getting into the UK was quite difficult. Actually, Dublin was relatively straightforward compared to going through London. But cutting that red tape, making it as simple as possible, taking the stress out. Nobody wants to go on holiday and die of a heart attack before they get there. It must be a pretty easy. The joy of travel needs to be put back into travel. It needs to be easy.
Yeah, exactly. And I think hopefully we'll see some full alignment of any remaining restrictions between North and South. Maybe back to you, Sarah. What will success look like for Visit Belfast from a business tourism events perspective in 2022? Where do you hope to get back to?
I mean, we have bold ambitions over the next 10 years of where we want to be bringing conferences and meetings and events. But in the short term, I think it's about, rebuilding that consumer confidence, ensuring that conference organisers, that we are open and ready for business, and we have not just saying that we're, building back better, showing them how we're doing that, and showing that it's all about this, not just sustainability from an environmental point of view, but from a society point of view, and how we work together with our industry partners. And that's the great thing about Belfast, is that we are small, we work together, and collectively, we can deliver, and we can ensure that enthusiasm, and if we say we're going to do it, we do.
And I think Mike, rather, you're in a good sector there with whiskey. So I think the Island of Ireland generally is from a visitor perspective has a strong profile and reputation now. Can really compete from a visitor perspective with Scotland. So I think we're really in a good spot there. So just like to thank everybody for joining us today, to say that Tourism Ireland and Team Northern Ireland, we are working in partnership to try and drive business back to Belfast and to Northern Ireland in 2022. I'm always an optimist. I'm a cautious optimist, but there is pent-up demand there. We're getting very good response to our campaigns right now. We do believe that we have a little bit of clear water to get cut through before some of our European competitors get out there. So we look forward to working with everybody, and thanks everyone for their support. And thanks for joining us, and say goodbye to Belfast. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. So we've got to the final panel of our conference, and this one has the provocative title of The Black and the Green, United then Torn Asunder, Paradise Square Parallels. Now the phrase to be torn asunder is more commonly used in Ireland, but let me assure you it's quite a strong phrase. I once had a teacher who threatened to tear me asunder if I didn't stop talking in his class. Patrician brother, actually. The topic is a very crucial role in business in this day and age. It's basically diversity, equity, inclusion, and now belonging. Very important part of the process, belonging, to make businesses more successful. Our chair is over in Belfast. It'll be Laurie Gatsey Barnett. She's the founder of Join Her in Belfast. She's now living there, but she was born in Harare, Zimbabwe, lived and worked in many cultures in different countries throughout the world, and has been a leader in multiple organizations with a humanitarian mission. So, we have one video to go. It's another Hastings Giants Day Grand Central, which we'll watch while the panel assembles.
Don't say a word. What you dream is what you see. Don't say a word. Ooh, don't speak a thing. Speak a thing. Whatever we know, we're going to show. Endless places here to go. There is so much here for you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the conversation. My name is Laurie Gutsy-Barnett, and I hope you've been enjoying the conference so far. It's about New York and New Belfast, so lucky for everyone. We're in Northern Ireland right now, and Belfast is having a conversation with you. Our topic this afternoon is about the black and green. The New York perspective, of course. Here in Northern Ireland, it's more of the green and orange, but hopefully we will have a conversation nonetheless. And we're talking about united and then torn asunder. And this is all in the backdrop of the Paradise Square parallels. The speakers in the panel will bring their expertise, their experience, and obviously a tremendous amount of information with regards to this conversation today. So I am looking forward to having a conversation with them, and I can see them on screen right now. Hello to you, Larry, and hello to you, Lenny, and hello to you, Miriam, and hello to you, Eleanor. So how are you today?
Very good.
All fine. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're ready to have this conversation. Now, I know beforehand everyone's had an opportunity to have a look at your buyers, so they will have an understanding as to why I'm asking the question I'm asking. So if I will just come to you in turn, and I'll probably start with you, Larry, because you're the man behind the idea of Paradise Square. And according to us, Larry is the convener of the Paradise Square. He's also the co-founder of the Black 47 in Chicago. So Larry, with reference to my question, how can we ensure preservation of unity amongst diverse communities when so much exists to pull them apart?
I think I'd have to rephrase your question. Given all that's pulled us apart down the years, how can we go about promoting unity amongst diverse communities? Because I look back at my own life, and I would say there were three periods when I was and close to the African American community. The first is in my wild youth when I came to New York and I discovered the wonders of the after hours scene, in particular the Black after hours social club scene in Harlem and on the Lower East Side. And that was when I first came to know and love and partly understand the African American community. The second was when Black 47 had two African American members of the band, Kevin Jenkins, a bass player, and Nico Wormworth, the road manager who made all the decisions on the road. And so we were traveling America as an interracial group, and that was far different than traveling as an all-white group, which happened at various times too. And the third is Paradise Square itself, which I've been working on for about 9 years, and getting to know all the African American actors and dancers and singers. And the show itself at the moment has 38 actors, singers, dancers in it, and it's racially split about 50-50. And two things happen with it. Everyone loves the story because it's about amalgamation between the Irish and African Americans between 1845 and 1863 in the 5 Points. So everyone can kind of feel that story and relate to it. But then there comes a point about 2 weeks into the process when everyone has to deal with their own experience of racism and of how to deal with the other community. And to make a long story short, to sum it up, I would say it doesn't come easy. You really have to be invested in knowing the other side and in bringing the two peoples together. And that's what we're about with Paradise Square.
Thank you, Larry. And I think you're so right. You have to be invested. I think that's the key word that I take from you. It's an investment, not only at a personal level, even as a group. So I think it's very important to be aware of the communities that you're working in and the impact that you have. So I appreciate that answer. I'll come across to you, Lenny, with the same question. How can we ensure preservation of unity amongst diverse communities when so much exists to pull us apart? What do you think, Lenny?
Well, first of all, I'm intrigued by the conjunction of the two words preservation of unity. To preserve unity, we have to assume that we have achieved unity. And I think that it's a continuing struggle because the work that we are doing for unity, which is the foreground, is against the background of extreme and catastrophic social issues and systemic and endemic reemergence of racism, uh, sexism. These things is that you could contain and control, but it's very hard to remove them so that the new skin of commonality can begin. I think that the four things that I would talk about is the sense of first finding what is common about the two cultures. Commonality is the place where peaceful coexistence begins. The second thing I would say is to find out uh, exactly where in the 21st century um, common ground can be achieved, so that we are not standing on old ground, on withered soil where we're trying to bloom new ideas, but we can carve out of a geosphere or a paradigm, a ground, cultural ground that we own together, that we share. The third, I think, is to acknowledge diversity. Acknowledge difference. I am black, you are Irish. I dig that. You know, I can dig your Irishness in my blackness, and you can embrace my blackness and your Irishness. Because if we continue to balance only what we have in common, not where our differences are, and those differences are brilliant and benevolent, then we are trying to make a meltdown uh, of cultures as opposed to a blend. But that blend also is important. Where is the fusion in our cultures? Not the confusion, but the fusion in our cultures. A very simple fusion is the banjo and the fiddle. All of your listeners need to be reminded that the banjo is an African instrument. Bonjour, Banjour, comes to the New World through the desperate diaspora of African Americans. It is now completely absorbed and taken up into Irish music. So too the fiddle, and I'm not talking about the violin, but the fiddle that Ireland brought to the Americas was embraced immediately by Southern and plantation and rural and Western African Americans, and became a primary instrument in their cultural dances and their celebrations. So we have transferred the banjo and the fiddle. We've also transferred dances, language, storytelling, vernacular, cracking, and most of you know what cracking means. So I think this sensitivity to sameness, difference, looking deep into each other to see what is benevolent difference and what is abundant sameness. But I would end by saying that we are both, and now friends in Ireland, I am talking about Irish in America and African Americans. We are both children of the diaspora. We are both children of a middle passage that was a violent middle passage. And so we are forged into new people, the Irish American and the African American. We are not the people who left those continents. We are not the people that arrived. We were the people who were born in the middle of a ship, in the middle of an ocean, and in the middle of a catastrophe. And so we have to think of ourselves not in the enculturated way, but in an acculturated way. And in accepting acculturation, we find the common ground.
Well, I can see how your African American Irish diaspora network gets to benefit from your experience, especially with the idea of the word that I like from you, which is fusion. So we've gone from Larry's investment and coming across to yours, Lenny, which is fusion. So having said that, I'm going to come across to you, Eleanor. And I know, Eleanor, you're the publisher of the Amsterdam News in New York. So what do you say when it comes to this question? How can we ensure preservation of unity amongst diverse communities when so much exists to tear them apart? I don't know if we can hear you, Eleanor. Okay, I'll come back to you, Eleanor. So can I come across to you then, Miriam, if that's okay, and have the same question across to you? Now, Miriam, you're the Director of Graduate Studies in Glucksman, Ireland House. Oh, are you back, Miriam?
Eleanor, or oh, can you hear me? The panelists
Yes,
can
I
hear.
can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay, great.
Yes, down.
Okay, so
We'll go back to you then, Eleanor. Go ahead.
okay, wonderful. There can't be a preservation of unity when there was no unity to begin with. And though there have been moments of unity, as Lenny has said, there has not been a continual unity across history. And we have seen that. In the last 2 years, we have seen it 100-fold. We have seen moments of unity where we have seen people come together because there is, as we know, unity and struggle, but we've also seen a lot of strife at that same time. But is unity possible? Yes, at times. Will we ever get complete unity? I doubt it, unfortunately. But it's something that I think we can all strive for and we can work towards. But I was really interested in some of the things that Lenny was saying, and I think something that one of our mayors of New York said a while ago really hits the nail on the head when they talked about New York as a patchwork quilt, where everyone is side by side each other, not as a melting pot, because when you're a melting pot, everyone melds into one another. But everyone's differences are celebrated, and everyone's differences are highlighted. And while that doesn't mean that you need to be at odds with each other, it doesn't mean that you need to erase people's differences, and I think that's very important. Because people's differences are what make them them. and the fact that somebody is Black and somebody's Irish, and somebody is African and somebody is Caribbean, and somebody is Jewish and somebody is Irish and somebody is Polish and somebody is from here or there. Everyone is different, and that's what makes them them. And if we try to erase that, then we are not a community of people that are coming together to share differences. And if we become a melting pot, then we've just become a conglomeration of a mixed metal that, yes, is stronger, but as a patchwork quilt, we can see the beautiful colors of everything that is going on together. And I think that, in a way, makes us stronger. But it does take an investment. As Larry said, it takes hard work, and it does take struggle. And we have to work at this. And we all know that anything that's worth it takes work, right? And we have to teach each other. We have to be open to learning about one another. And we have to make sure that our schools anywhere.
Thank you so much for saying that, Eleanor. And I appreciate that you said that there are moments where we can have unity, but it's not sustainable. It hasn't been there for a lengthy period of time. And I also love the fact that you've equated it to the patchwork quilt, because it has many different pieces of fabric, and each one is unique in its own way. And I think that's the best way that we can look at it. And equally, it does. So I'll come across to you, Miriam, if that's all right. And Miriam is the Director of Graduate Studies at Glushman Ireland House, and you're in New York. How do you feel about this question, Miriam? How can we ensure preservation of unity amongst diverse communities when so much exists to pull them apart?
Thank you so much, and thank you to the organisers of New York, New Belfast, to Martine and to Paul Finnegan and Conla and everyone who's made today happen. I'm honoured to be invited and to be in the company I'm in today. Big fans of all of the work of the panelists who are and their institutions they represent, so important in terms of these kinds of themes that we're unpacking. My work, I suppose the way I'd answer the question would be the work that's animated my activity over the last few years in particular has been around collecting the stories, the voices, bearing witness to the experiences of Black and Brown Irish Americans, Americans who self-identify as of generally African ancestry and Irish ancestry, and making spaces in which I initially embarked on the project as a way to kind of demonstrate the diversity in what we call Irish America. I quickly learned that it was much more significant work in terms of opening doors, and I mean physically opening doors. I think as white people, and I think Irish people in particular, we assume that everyone thinks that we're open and we're friendly, and there aren't these kinds of borders, especially in the diaspora. But it has to be very self-conscious and very deliberate kind of work. And that's what we've been trying to do at Luxman Ireland House, to amplify and celebrate, to Eleanor's point, the diversity, the differences, and for the Irish American community, show people that there are multiple ways to be Irish America in the 21st century. Not everyone who self-identifies as being Irish America looks like me. And what I think about is how my biracial children will celebrate their sense of being of African descent and all the other things that they are, because they're of Afro-Caribbean descent and of Irish descent. So it's been remarkably humbling work to sit down with people and to hear sometimes painful experiences, but the warmth with which this work is welcomed in terms of feeling part of a community or the openings of a sense of community. It's been remarkably rewarding work. And I think, when we think of New York City and when we think of Belfast in particular, if we think of Northern Ireland more generally, they're really rich sites, they're really rich locations through which the stories, the sharing can build empathy. And, I never really paid much attention to that word empathy when I was my younger self. But increasingly, as I get older, I use that term a lot. And I realize how important it is. One of the highlights, for example, over the last few months has been a chance I had to interview Reverend Herbert Daughtry, a pioneering long-term civil rights activist in New York City and beyond, and to have him recount, he's now in his 90s, a very impactful trip he made to Belfast in the aftermath of the hunger strikes, and how important and significant it was for him to see how differences played out in a different context, and to say, not to say that all these journeys or battles are the same. I'm not trying to kind of smooth them out in terms of them being the same, but what we can learn from the different journeys and how we can use that in positive ways. So I hope that goes in some way to answer your question in terms of what we've been trying to do out of NYU in this vein.
Well, I appreciate that coming from you, Miriam, and I think it's a journey, and I hear from all of you that diversity is a key factor. But at the moment, everywhere in the world, everyone is talking about diversity. Everyone is talking about inclusion. Do we really understand the fundamentals of that? And are we doing something in our everyday life that acknowledges the importance and significance of that? What would you say, with the context of our theme, the rebuilders, what would be our message that I could say as your lasting comment coming from you for everyone out there in the world about how they should embrace diversity and inclusion and how they should practice it in everyday life? And I'll probably come and start with you, Eleanor, if that's all right.
Well, I think, what we've seen is major companies around the country saying that they're going to be putting so much money towards diversity and inclusion. They've pledged, at this point, billions of dollars. But I think it was The Atlantic, did a analysis of how much of that money has actually gone to organizations thus far, and how much money has actually gone has gone to organizations that are actually doing work, and not gone to those organizations in the form of loans. And the amount of money is very tiny. It's mostly gone in the form of loans and not in grants, and not in forms that they can actually do things with immediately. So these companies have said they're going to do so much for so many, and for small businesses and communities of color, yet they actually haven't done what they said they're going to do. And so if you are actually going to be supporting communities of color and supporting diversity, actually do it. And not just say you're going to do it. Actually put your money where your mouth is, and not pretend, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Because it's been very disappointing to see a company say, we're going to put $100 million in, and $90 million of that is in loans, and the $10 million that is in grants or whatever is what they always gave anyway. So there's no new investment. And that's been really, really a shame and disappointing.
Well, Larry, I'll come across to you fairly quickly. What is your lasting comment on this? And I'll have to just fly through everyone now.
Well, I have to say that I learned so much from the young Black people that I've been working with, in particular the young women. I became close to a lot of them. And they're great actors, dancers, singers, and I just saw their struggle because it's a tough business. And what it inspired me to do, and I don't know why I didn't think of it before, was to make sure that the characters in my plays are both black and white. You know, that a black person can have the same feelings as a white person, can be that character. I'm doing a play about Iraq, and I was kind of humbled because we did a reading at Montclair College of it, and a white guy didn't show up, and there was a black guy there, so he read the part, and the part worked better. So it was just this revelation and I changed the part to a black person being in the army and going to Iraq. So just on a personal level, you got to kind of step up to the plate yourself and just take the blinkers off sometimes.
Absolutely agree with that. And I'll fly across to you, Lenny. What do you have to say?
I would say very quickly that one of our greatest challenges is using old language to try to build new paradigms. It's like using hammers and nails when we have computers to communicate and to build. Uh, Therefore, diversity and inclusion have been thought to be synonyms for each other, but they're in fact very different. And the approach and the outcome is very different. Diversity is like, let's all be Irish on St. Patrick's Day. Let's all be Black on Juneteenth. Let's all celebrate Cinco de Mayo, no matter what our culture or our race is. Inclusion is like fajita pitas or pizza bagels, where we create something new from the contribution of each. So we cannot confuse inclusion with diversity. They are different. They're cousins, but they're in the same building, but they're different rooms, and they have to be approached very, very differently.
Well, I will wrap up coming to you, Miriam. What would you like to say with us just closing now with regards to this?
I think I'm very inspired by the work of Brian Stevenson, the lawyer and activist who's done so much in the civil rights space in the United States. He uses a term, be proximate, and to get close to something, to learn about it, to appreciate its beauty. And it really resonates with me in terms of, getting to know our differences and our culture, and literally, practically speaking, get to know people who are different to us. That's pretty easy for me. I realize not everyone is wired that way, but when you do that, you realize that your black friend or your Jewish friend, they're not the Jewish or the blackness. That's not, they're your friends, right? So that notion of us, engaging as much as we can in our day-to-day lives with people who are different to us, and embracing that, and just being as empathetic as possible. They're not, I guess they're kind of not the most practical. Well, no, they are practical, but I hope that's a reasonable response.
It is. Thank you so much. And I think, having said that, thank you to each one of you on the panel. You have given us your insights, howbeit it was a brief look into your world and your views and your opinions. And just in closing, Eleanor, is there anything that you would come across and say as we wrap up?
Oh, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me with you all today. It was quite a pleasure to meet you all. And that, I think when my opening, I was kind of negative in the sense of that I said that there is no unity, but I mean, it is possible. And we have seen moments of it, but it's something we have to work for. And as I said earlier, anything that is worth it, it takes work. And we all have to work together to get there. And it means opening up our hearts and our minds and our attitudes to looking at difference and embracing it.
Thank you so much. And I think in your words, it takes us working together and embracing it for those moments we hope will be for longer, as opposed to the brief moments that we've been having so far. So thank you to each of you, Lenny, Larry, Eleanor, and Miriam. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and we look forward to other conversations with you.
Can I steal 15 seconds before we leave? I think we should all explore Eleanor's philosophy of turning your budget upside down. Don't make the exploration of diversity the biggest part of your budget and the actualization of programs the smallest part. Turn it upside down. Invest in the people who are doing it and not in critical reports.
Thank you so much, Letty. I think that's something we will have to take into account. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Laurie.
Appreciate it.
Another round of applause for Laurie Gatsby-Barnett in Belfast. And if Eleanor just stays 1 second, but Larry Kerwin, for your information, is Chicago because they're doing rehearsals for Paradise Square, which is this new musical about the draft rats in New York. Lenny Sloan was going to be with us, but he's a founding member of the African American Irish Diaspora Network, the African American Irish Diaspora Network, AIDN for short, which is doing wonderful work, and we're delighted that Lenny was able to be with us as well. Miriam, as you know, is a superstar, and Glucksmann are great supporters of New York, New Belfast. But just what we will be hearing more about our dear friend Eleanor upstairs. But interestingly, her first connection with Ireland was at civil rights protests here in New York. When I said that to someone, they said 1968. I said, no, not that early. But in 1981, she was in civil rights protests here. So she's connected in, and of course, she's been to Belfast. So, especially Eleanor, thank you very much. We're going to invite you upstairs. Some thanks first. Can we have a wonderful round of applause for the Carty family and their hospitality here in Rosie's? They've been here since early morning. And there's it's been a tough 18 months, as you know, for the hospitality trade. To thank Cahill and his team over here at Moore PA Hire, and Jack for magnificent work. And your other colleague, what's the name of your other colleague? Okay, you didn't hear that. Mark, of course, as well. So thank you to Cahill and his team for the wonderful work. Thanks to Conla and Amy in Belfast. If you had been receiving the stern messages about you've lost 30 seconds, you've lost 60 seconds, you wouldn't be just so grateful. But I think they did a magnificent job virtually, and it's going to be wonderful next year when we bring all our friends over from Belfast. I want to thank our sponsors led by KPMG, but also Invest Northern Ireland, and Andrea's here, Belfast City Council, Northern Ireland Bureau, and Eamon McConville is here. Maybe it'd stand up. Eamon, stand up, from the Northern Ireland Bureau in Washington, D.C. Tourism Ireland, and we had the great leadership of Alison earlier. MasterCard, Calico, Dan Cram's a great friend of ours. Jeff spoke already from Aer Lingus. And a special word for some patrons, because when you decide to have a live stream from New York and a live stream from Belfast and an in-person conference, somebody's got to pay the piper. And our patrons include Mark Goldstone, Michael Brewster, Ian McClernon, Mike Breen, Michael George, and Bill Haydock. So a round of applause for the patrons as well. If there are any hungry folk here, we go up in a minute. So we're not ready to go upstairs just yet, but we'll tell you when to go upstairs. But we're going to have a wonderful luncheon and some awards. But at 3 o'clock, there is a tour of the Moynihan Train Hall. Every year, Rob Walsh, it's a very high fee, but we managed to pay it again this year. Rob Walsh, former Small Business Commissioner, leads a walking tour of New York. We've been to Myrtle Avenue, we've been to Staten Island. Mike Cusack, why did we go to Staten Island? But we went anyway. We have been to Red Hook. We've had wonderful tours every year. And this year, even though we've no Belfast delegation, we're still going ahead with the walking tour of Moynihan Train Hall. We'll leave here at 2:30, and there's a reception party waiting to welcome us at the Moynihan Train Hall. Now, maybe one other message. Is there another message? No. She needs to sign. Oh, my God. And listen, can we thank the Irish Echo team here in New York, especially Madeline, Paul, Peter, and the magnificent work. So I think we're signing off. Great to be with you again, New York, New Belfast. Thank you very much, all our friends who have been watching us the live stream. See you 2022.
Have you booked booked that trip home to Ireland yet?
Press the green button and visit the island of Ireland. See Ireland.com.